And so we did, dinner and but coming back, there 2 weeks of coming back, I'm 7 hours ahead. So it's 3:30, 4:30 in the afternoon.
It's almost time to go home.
I'll be good. It's about noon.
Yeah.
But I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I'm ready to go. And so Patrick's like, oh, you become a morning person. I said, yeah. I said, you need to go savings time.
Moved back from Australia Saturday morning. I got to Portland at 10 p.m. that night. Yeah. Oh. Thank you, Dateline. But then going out, I lost it. I worked on Saturday and I worked on Monday.
I will be missing the next meeting, just so you know, Tim.
It's bizarre.
Missing.
Yeah.
Your hammer. Your hammer.
I was just thinking the same thing. You ought to pick up coffees on the way in.
It's gotta be a punishment.
Better than I do. I go, I got 2 cheaters. And you got 5. Yeah, I don't know if you can go there, but
Yeah, just remind me.
I'm just really impressed.
it's all you got, because Robert's going to be late.
So Rob called me.
Oh, is he on his way?
He is on his way.
Oh, so I was going to say, it's all you, Scott.
5 minutes road, 5 minutes out.
We got park across the river.
Right.
I'm going to find a spot.
It's one thing to get here, it's the other thing to-
Nothing's going to come pretty hard.
That's what we're saying.
That's all I do.
It's
Maybe like, any plan on organizing, come.
maybe Rob probably said, that's,
I mean,
No, we don't, that's Michelle's spot. You don't touch it. I'm going to speak to the other.
yeah.
Right. I just, I mean, and that's it.
Build on.
And your purpose. Which is not totally offset by what we think. Oh, I hate this. We're fine.
Nancy office.
That's right.
We'll get you a little stair chair you can sit in.
Today.
I don't think I've ever seen him go around that. Oh, I
Although I don't have to be anywhere to walk.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, 13.2.
And Melanie's
Swap out, 13.2.
Yeah, for her case.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
he's not gonna stay, but that is gonna stay.
But see, three dollars. To basically generate a buying interest.
Right.
Well, that's true.
Your experience.
Okay, we're lower. It's surprising that we would lower
He thought she literally didn't
So-
looking at what she didn't use. Again.
But, so, everybody get over the box. That's not even, yeah, that's not for us. That's good. Share that with Canada. I just thought it was even. So that's where the majority of that. The training materials also was either been I was using that.
Leanne, can you just check up there, see if Robert has search of the buildings?
Right.
So we got that on. That from the grant.
So have you been up on the back road?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah. Better have it over
Don't worry
the
about it.
It's pretty kicked up.
More than I can buy.
I went on my Bronco one night and it was, I was in front. I was flipping along. Yeah. I started to go airborne. I say, oh my God. Back her down, big fella.
Something up there.
Oh, did you?
I hear him.
I know. Oh, you know, very good.
Okay. Yeah. Leaving from here up there. I totally never think of that. The email. That's like.
Yeah, oh, you're gonna start.
We didn't want you to miss any.
Let me see, where's it?
But I could.
Are we all set to start?
Yeah.
We'll start with the pledge.
United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. And minutes, resolution 2635 to accept the minutes of February 18th, 2026. Discussion? All in favor? No. Workshop, review of the proposed FY27 budget with commissioners. Program services. We'll start with SEDC.
If I could,
You could. We'll let you. Welcome back, by the way.
let me just give you a brief overview of all the stuff you have in front of you.
Ah,
Because pouring through all this data is a little bit overwhelming. And it's all for you. Everybody else here just has a sliver. But I want to start, if you can find the picture that looks like this. And then I also provided for you a narrative that looks like this that explains what's on it. So basically, the big overall picture is we have a $25 million budget. That's all the expenses. Right? We have revenues that offset that, so that what goes to the taxpayers is $15 million. But looking at our expenses, and that's really what we're focused on today, is the expenses of each department. Collectively, all the department expenses are only up 2.1%. So we're off to a good start in providing a relatively flat budget to the taxpayers. And I commend all the department heads for the work that they've done to try to keep their increases as low as possible. There are a couple of things that factor into the budget that I put on this sheet. I call them budget considerations. So I kind of highlight. I provide this sheet for you. I'll also provide it for the budget advisory committee. You're aware of health insurance because we made a significant change at your direction during the year to move away from Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield to Cigna. That is saving us money. I will say we are still in the learning phase as it's been phased in for our employees. And Leanne is doing yeoman's work in HR, trying to field questions and help people navigate and help doctors navigate doctors' offices and make sure things are approved and that sort of thing. So we're into that, but that does result in a lower cost when you look at all the departments of health insurance plans, with the exception of the jail, because the corrections union is not on Cigna. They stay with their union-sponsored Allegiant Healthcare, which had a 10% increase. So if you look at the corrections budget, the health insurance increase go up because they stay with that Allegiant. The other impacts to the budget as far as staffing goes, there is an additional detective in the sheriff's office in this budget. And the VA's office is going to speak a little bit about restructuring some of their office staff, where we used to have simply just an office manager and 4 legal clerks. Now we have a person that specializes in restitution, getting money for victims, and we have a person that is now specialized in assisting the victim's advocate. So that restructuring has led to some wage changes. The real reason that this budget can come in flat is because of capital. We are taking a break from raising a significant amount of capital as we have in the past because the sheriff's fleet of vehicles is up to date now. The vehicles that need to be purchased at the jail are up to date. And a major jail project that was anticipated to cost $400,000 can now be done for much less. So that's one of the reasons that the budget is flat, is because we are reducing the amount that we're raising for capital. And then, of course, we have jail revenues with the contract with Waldo County before they're in. Registry of Deeds revenues are significantly higher, and fund balance. And I'll just, so that everybody understands, last year we used very little fund balance to offset the budget. Traditionally, we used somewhere between $800,000 and $1,000 million. Last year, we only used $130,000 because we had $730,000 left over in ARPA that we had to spend by the end of 2026. So we applied all that to reduce the taxation. So this year, in order to keep that flat, we have to use about $1 million of our fund balance to keep the budget flat. We have a significant surplus in our fund balance. So again, today as we get started, our focus is really on the expenses. Each department has a little bit of revenue, but when it comes to how much fund balance we use, what you want the impact to the taxpayer to be, this will get you started on that, and maybe you'll take a break for a couple of weeks and come back at the next meeting and really decide what you want to do, what you want to recommend for fund balance use for the impact to the taxpayer. And Patrick has all that in spreadsheets galore. So I just thought I'd give you that overview before we get started. And I think the good news is we're bringing a fairly flat budget to the taxpayer. So, any general questions before we get into it? So as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, SEDC, Program Services budget. Now, you have these forms, and I think we have them for 3 of the 4 programs, which are essentially the requests for funding. Christian is here to talk about this budget. Here's what we've traditionally done. We've traditionally contributed $70,000 to SEDC. Over the last couple of years, we have split that up, where from our budget, we contribute $50,000. From tip, we contribute $20,000 because a good portion of the work that Christian has been working on is impacting areas in the yellow area. So we split that up a couple of years ago. The budget committee agreed to that, and that's the way we've been going. So Christian is recommending that instead of 70,000, we look at 75,000. I'll let him explain.
We've been a flat request for 4 or 5 budgets now. We've seen increases in our administrative assistant. She received a raise for 4 or 5 years. Travel's gone up. Health insurance has gone up. We'll be traveling quite a bit this year and into the trail systems. So it's going to be managing travel and then being out of service for a good part of the week. We met with the director of Maine and conservation yesterday for the 4, 5, 6 grant programs they have for the trail system. So I guess we'll be getting into the woods in the week this year. But it's the next 2 to 3 years is a lot of unprecedented funds for the trail system. So we want to focus on that while doing our other success activities.
When we, the 50,000 that stands today, how much of that comes from the UT taxpayer and the rest of the county taxpayer? Is that split up in any way, or is it all?
So the 50,000 comes from the general fund, which is all from the non-UT tax.
Is it?
Roughly 13.6.
I'm sorry, what was that?
About 13.6% of the 50,000.
Comes from UT?
Right.
Okay, right.
Which would have heavier focus here for us.
Did you resolve your question regarding insurance that you were looking to answer a few months ago? Is there a different way to do this that would assist you in that?
We've got some offers. So essentially right now, set this. So hopping on an MMA membership plan. Here, so it's great coverage. So now we've had a lot of our board has said to keep the current arrangement with the private nonprofit board of directors while working jointly with county commissioners.
But you're okay with that?
I am giving it some thought. It's now it's their different aspects of the business. The commissioners are elected, and there's probably more volatility in that. You know, we became a department. Maybe it's easy, but maybe it's a job to, you know. So we're in our 25th year. We'd like to continue that without any speed bumps.
Are you suggesting that the 5,000 come from the TIF then, the additional increase that you're asking?
Probably.
And just for recollection, Patrick, TIF budget money? Money?
We do have, Patrick had started on some worksheets that give you an idea of anticipated revenues.
Commitments.
And then opioid, settlement funds, community benefit, all of that stretches out over the next 10 to 20 years.
Okay.
So
That would be helpful.
rather than getting into that right now,
Okay.
I think it's safe to say we have sufficient funds
We
to
have.
cover.
That's
Maybe
that.
roughly 800,000 to 900,000 a year for the next 10 years.
So $5,000 should be sufficient.
So outside of the 5,000 increase, what's the breakdown as far as how much tip revenue is actually going into the original 70,000? It just seems to me that a very large percentage of everything that Christian brings to us has to do with the corridor or broadband or some of these other things, especially with the new tip coming in for the corridor.
And so this, if you moved it to 25,000 from TIP and 50,000 from general fund, basically a third of the funding that the county provides to SEDC would come from TIP.
And does that ratio, does that seem fairly correct as far as how your workload is broken down?
Yeah, I mean, even the meeting yesterday, it's on developing a partnership for the corridor for a trail system with the state. And so this will probably be my heaviest year.
So historically, I think yes, but having been on SEDC, I think
Right. So I mean, yeah. Right.
historically.
Yeah, I mean, we'll help with clubhouses in town, in the municipality, but 90% of the trail systems in the, so it's maybe the operations spur from outside of UT, but the assets and the sources of time are most of the focus.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, that ratio, does it make any more sense? Or are we able to pull more out of TIP, less out of the sort of the general taxpayer revenue?
I think 2/3, 1/3 is safe, but then again, my experience, there really hasn't been any tip police. There's nobody from the state checking up on towns as to how they use their tip. That may change in the future, but as long as you can justify it with a straight face, I think 2/3, 1/3 is straight face.
I think next year would be just phenomenal. Just done work would be so you know what it's been and playing on Jack Nicholson. So we've done a lot of work in the town.
I do want to make a general statement as we go into this process,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Reducing taxation isn't the real, for me, I hope we bear in mind as we go through this process today, every dollar we spend, we can show a zero increase because we can take it out of reserves, but it's not a zero increase. This budget is increased. Make no mistake about it. It's increased today, and it's increased significantly. And some of the factors that aren't put into this budget will be a lot of labor rates that we're negotiating currently. So just be cautious that reducing taxation rates is a delay to future funding. So any baseline we put on here, we are going to see at some point. Maybe we won't be commissioners, maybe we will be, but I just hope we bear that in mind as we go through this process. Thank you.
And if I might add to that as well, is that the TIF money is not going to last forever. So we can't really rely on that as a consistent source of income.
Funding mechanism.
I don't know how after the TIFs go away, what property tax improvement that would make, if any.
The general idea of the TIF is once a credit enhancement agreement or ticket goes away, then that money just goes back into the tax rolls unless they negotiate another TIF.
Right.
For a municipality, that's okay. For the county, we lose control of that revenue because it goes back to the state.
No, I understand that. Yeah, that's one of the issues.
You got 28 years. So it's not forever. But
No, but still.
Well, I would say at the same time, the tax burden on the taxpayers is not forever either. There is a breaking point at some point in time. Taxes are too high, and we're already seeing our population decrease, right?
We're
We're
trying
going
to
to
make
compare forever and forever. Then
and we're trying to make the taxes not be a burden.
And the way to do that is not by showing zero budgets. That's the general consensus of my statement is I don't want to focus on showing a zero increase budget today because that's not a real number. We can say we didn't raise the budget, but we did, in essence, because the budget's increased. If we take more money out of savings, which we have to take some, I understand, but I just want to be cautious as we go through this process. We're spending a lot of additional money, even though we're showing a zero budget, because we're taking money out of reserves. That's frightening to me. That's all. I just want to make it
It's the clash of philosophies, whether you're going to tax people today or if you're going to tax them tomorrow.
I agree. Thank you. That was my thing. That sums it up very well.
Well, and the other piece is part of the idea behind the reserves is to have a budget that doesn't spike one year and not the next. So
It does provide a leveling effect. And some of that reserve money can also go into our capital fund so that we are saving for the future so that when we need, if and when we need to borrow, we don't need to borrow that much. And save on the expense of the interest.
So is the consensus to approve an extra 5,000 out of TIP for SEDC? If so, that's the way we'll.
Do we don't motion these things.
No, it's just.
I would say I'm okay with
I
it.
just want to make sure so we can.
Yep.
know
It's a
that-
consensus at this point as we go through everything.
Yeah. All right. Do you want me to continue to move down?
Please do.
All right. So the
We'll continue to stop here.
you just got in, I'm thinking, the tourism council, Kennebec Valley Tourism Council, traditionally the county has $56,000. That thing. Hold on.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So.
I served as vice president, but it's a loose title.
So traditionally, we've done $6,000 contribution. The biggest part of that contribution goes to the production of a tourism magazine that is very well done, and they run about 25,000 copies through the area. And it just draws people to the rafting, snowmobiling, all the other things in our area. A couple of years ago, we did the same thing with TIF, and we split it. So out of the general fund comes 3,000, out of the TIF comes. And so that, again, to focus on snowmobiling, the ATVs, all the clubs, all the trails. So there's no recommended changes to that. Soil and Water Conservation District, I do want to introduce Heather Holland, who is here today. Heather is the new administrator for the group. The previous administrator, Jen Hebert, is now the administrative assistant for both the town of Mercer and Starks. So she's helping out two of our communities. But Heather is here to answer any questions you may have, although it's a pretty consistent ask. They've asked the same amount of money for years, $28,500. There was no change in their ask for the district. Heather, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Heather Holland. I own a farm in Pittsfield, so I'm county here. Recent new executive director of Soil and Water Conservation District. So first of all, I want to thank the county for its continued support. Like you said, we've stayed level funding on everything that we've done. Last year's budget, it represented 14.8% of our funding, not excluding any pass-through grants. This coming year, it's actually 23.4% of our budget. Mostly because grants aren't reliable year in and year out, so we're losing a lot of our grant funding. So this funding is really crucial to us, partnering with the USDA and NRCS to help our farmers and woodland owners.
Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
So the last program is the Extension Office, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with the operations of the work of the Extension Office. Ellen Rick is one of the board members of the Extension Office here, and really is the full-time person over in the office right now. So while I was off and they were working on their budget, we really didn't get this information until yesterday. But what they're presenting to you today is an increase. And it kind of jumps off the page because they're asking for a 25% increase in their budget. And that equates to about $16,000. So the director for all the extension offices is Carrie Chastain. And she was not able to be here today, but I talked with her on the phone. And she did a very good job of walking me through this change. So traditionally, the county, in addition to providing the building for the extension office, the county provides funding for the operation of the office, simple things like copy machines and and janitorial services and things like that. And the county contributes to one full-time staff member and one part-time staff. Traditionally, the rule was the county would provide for the wages. They're not county employees, they're University of Maine employees. So the University of Maine would provide for the health benefits. So in the case right now, the extension office is just operating with Julie as one full-time person under this money. They have had a part-time person in place before, and so the money is budgeted for the wages for that part-time person. But it was explained to me today that the University of Maine is currently under a hiring freeze. So the University of Maine will not authorize benefits for a part-time person. And under the University of Maine system, if you work 20 hours a week or more, you're entitled to full benefits, which is health insurance, essentially. So what the extension office is asking is, would the county be willing to pick up the cost of the benefits for the part-time position that is currently unfilled? They've been trying to fill this position. It would take a lot of load off of Julie in that office, and that is their request. I talked to Carrie this morning. She answered a lot of questions. I asked if there any light in the tunnel, light at the end of the tunnel for the University of Maine. They're going to face this hiring freeze, and if so, they would be able to fund the benefits for this position. She said it's not likely to happen anytime soon. And I obviously, she recognized that the office has been operating for the last couple of years with one person. They really need that part-time person. So she explained to me the need, and obviously Julie can probably speak to that as well. As she's probably been doing 1.5 times your job for the last couple of years. So that's the reason for their increased request, and Carrie completely understands it. It's simply a request for you to consider. Any questions?
Yeah. Can you explain what the extension office does?
Yes.
So we've increased the program. I had attached, I don't know if anybody got these, if we have extras. We connect university research to help people in the community, and that can range from everything from, I'm going to start with 4-H because we have a new 4-H person last year that has issues at every single school in the county and set up many programs, but she's connected with all of them, and I think I'll.
I have your.
Okay. So we have her out in the community. Also have her. She has connected. She has our office too every Friday. We have just a number of programs here, but we also have agricultural support, for example, and horticultural support. So let me start with the horticultural support. We connect people with the tick lab. We do tick identification and testing. Soil testing, we have people that need information on that. I mean, we get any questions for a home or garden, we pretty much get questions and help people connect with the experts and what they need. But in addition to that, we also have some agricultural programs we do to help people, especially in this time of food insecurity. We really have a lot of people that need to do their home gardening because they can't afford their grocery bill, so that we have workshops lined up for extending the growing season. We have master food preservers that can help people learn how to preserve their food. We offer a lot of instructional opportunities for people to be able to do things more affordably. We also have a wealth of information and resources for publication. Like I had people coming yesterday. We have publications that give you thrifting mixes to do things at home that are not things you'd be able to afford in the grocery store. We have the homemakers, which is now going to be called the home volunteers, the home outreach of Maine Extension. They alone have, these are people that have traditionally brought a lot of the institutional knowledge that they have at Maine. They tend to help people negotiate things in their, well, we have things like the representative agricultural fairs, the assistant food pantries, they help fund scholarships, they volunteer their time to raise money for a number of, which if you have that in the list of charities that like the Linus Project, McDonald House, American Heart Fund, they have collectively volunteered over 3,400 annual hours in the county. That was valued at just as of 2024, it was $152,000 over that period. We have an extended food nutrition educational program that helps people learn to eat healthy, manage on the budget, their expenses, for their grocery bills and things like that. That's kind of a snippet of it.
That's fine.
She's careful from that stuff. I'm gonna,
Go ahead.
Helen Richmond is the president of the board.
I am president of the board currently. First of all, as Tim alluded to, we have one full-time person. We have one 4-H professional in an office that once upon a time had 5 or 6 people. Several staff, faculty from the university, plus 2 office support people. And right now, we have 2 people, one of whom is on the road very much, and one is in the office fielding phone calls, walk-in, internet requests, or help directions, that sort of thing, and working as a support person for the professionals whom we share with other counties. The university has gone to a system where the agricultural specialists might serve Waldo, Somerset, and Franklin. And Julie ends up being the person who helps coordinate that. Also helping set up workshops that are being held at our office, which is being used more and more. So we have one person maintaining an office 5 days a week, juggling tons of people and tons of requests. He is the point person for Somerset County Extension. We need somebody else. Person who has left used to be able to put out a newsletter. Really doesn't have time to do that, to go to outreach. But as she alluded, at this point, the University of Maine Extension Service is vital. Economically, people are having a rough time. And the extension is a way for them to learn, hopefully, how to better cope. And gardening, homes, yes. Also small farms. If somebody wants to be a producer of produce, to go to the local farmers market to supplement their income, extension services, ways to help them. Also small farms like raising cattle, raising rabbits, raising goats, raising sheep. We have information on that for all these people. Pest control. I personally took advantage of their tick identification last year. You can take a tick out, send it off to the university and find out if you have to worry it online. Canning, preserving, freezing. American Public Library had a program on increasing production in gardening last year, which I went to. It was wonderful. I am taking an adult ed program in Oakland later on jellies and jam. Should have learned from my mother, but I didn't. And if you have a small wood lot, if you're suddenly looking at maybe I have to cut wood to heat my house, they can help with that. They can help with wood lot if you're going to sell wood. They handle all that. Maple syrup production. We have people who can help you for home production or for sale. We said 4-H, which is how we are going to raise the next generation of youngsters who hopefully can have these skills to cope. The homemaker volunteers do thousands of dollars of volunteer work. And as I said, our office is being used more and more physically. Well, if Julie's there 5 days a week, full time, and somebody wants to run a conference in the evening or on a Saturday, you know, we need bodies. So 2 people, one of whom's on the road, cannot maintain that office as active as it is.
Yeah, and just in the agricultural thing, I really should have started with that. For example, yesterday I had a woman come in. She just bought a farm in Fairfield. And she lives in Fairfield. I don't know where the farm is going to be, but she needed advice. We connected with the agricultural professional, the horticultural professional, and they have programs that teach farmers exactly how to begin their business. So that's the kind of thing that we do. That's probably the most impact economically for county, but it's just one thing. They're all different. It's not like the same thing all the time that we have. Yeah, and So and then typical question we might get is for I got one yesterday. A woman needed her hay test because she breeds horses and she needed to know if her hay was nutritional. So like we're the kind of place that we go for those kinds of questions, and we can connect them to the experts that we have them already at the university.
How many hours?
Okay.
How many hours a week or that with this part-time person?
We have, so when we had the person, we had 40 and 30. Well, I started at 20. I ended up being a full timer plus whatever extra it takes. But it needs to be 40 one person and then at least 20. 30 is probably more than between 20 and 30. But I think that was probably at 20. And I don't know. 20 is what she's.
Yeah, I think what's left is.
Yeah, and we could do that would help a lot.
So,
But the 20 puts you at the health benefit. So if you did 18, you're not at the health benefit through the state.
that
And
is,
it saves us 15 grand.
that person, if we have part-time employees within the county, where do the benefits start in terms of how? Anything else?
30.
And
Yeah, we-
We can't change the university.
But they're University of Maine employees.
Yeah.
We can't make them Somerset employees.
Do you know if you have discussed hiring somebody at 15 to 18 hours a week?
No, we haven't. Good question.
My issue with it is once again, the state is mandating, they're cutting the university benefit by saying we're freezing, and they're shoving those costs to the county, which doesn't reduce the taxpayers' burden because we're still paying to the state of Maine for the school and all the other things, and now they're asking us to pay $16,000 in benefits towards a part-time person. Unfortunately, I sympathize 100% with what you're doing, but I'm not here to shift more costs, and it's other departments as well, particularly as we go through them today. More of this will be happening. I 100% appreciate what you're doing, and I think you're doing valuable work. For me, I would say go to an 18-hour, 19-hour employee and fall under the university qualifications of health insurance, because that's a huge number.
So what I've looked at in your budget proposal is really the whole difference in the proposal is the insurance. From what I talked with Carrie about.
Yeah, and we did cut out 2 things that we cut out the telephone costs entirely. We purchased the system, and that we have no. Yeah, and then the copier we purchased. We don't have a maintenance agreement anymore. We took out. So we took out 2 large expenses we had a year, and we flat funded the work. Going,
And everything else is
Yeah, everything else is flat. It's really just that, and then Jim was returned. But that's it.
So if I'm just going to try to get a consensus. Again, we're not taking motions today and so on and so forth. Is the commission more in favor of leaving it flat funded or to increase it for those $16,000 of benefits?
Well, the thing with extension is that they've been flat funded for years. Even though
They got a
this
small
is
increase.
a bump, I know they get small increases, but they are really minute
Up to the vote.
over the whole thing. I would suggest that we look at it, and I think Dan is very creative in thinking of making it a 15-hour position. But if you did that, I don't know that you're going to keep people because you're really underemploying people at that rate. So if the county did the hiring, we could do 20 hours without, if there were a county employee, without the benefits that go with it. So I don't know if it's just a thought to think about. Maybe it will help to alleviate some of the pressure that extension has. It does provide a wonderful service. It helps with people who don't know how to shop. Those same people who don't know how to shop don't know how to cook. It teaches them that. So you have shopping, cooking, and budgeting. So you have a lot of household skills that extension teaches and has been teaching for years. I think that not only are you looking at the youth aspect of 4-H, but the whole family aspect and the continuum of agriculture and farming in Maine. We need the extension service to be as healthy as we can keep it.
Yeah, which is and I agree. And yes, we're just at a point of we really can't grow a lot more than we are right now. But there's so much more. We're seeing more and more need and requests. I guess is what I would like to just share, just from the position that I'm in.
So, from what I've heard, what I've looked at, a large percentage of what you do is to direct people in the proper location, direct them to a professional that can. You're not providing the actual information on soil conservation or something like that. You're directing them in that.
Yeah, no, there's a large point we do have to direct it, but we have the resources within the university mostly, but we get agricultural questions are 100% covered by, they're giving the support, yeah. We give them the support. Horticultural, agricultural, pests, all that, the nutrition, food, anything like that, we do have the staff and the know-how to answer the questions to their satisfaction and help them and direct them. But there's some things we like water testing will help them get it. We don't actually test the water, but we do test the soil, we do test all the insects and the things like that. So yeah, we do have
that's not what this new part-time person is it?
They would be supporting 4-H primarily, but she has grown so much with 4-H that she really needs help with every aspect of the programs that she's running. It's just so many. I should know these things, probably the 30 programs that she's got going all the time and starting new ones. And, again, she, like I said, every single part of the county she's reached out to. And so it's just that we get more and more calls and emails every week for starting new programs. So there's just only so many she can physically do. She needs to be freed up from some of that setup to be able to go out and do that and hire new people and get the volunteers to kind of work along with her. So it's just a manpower kind of thing at this point. We can't do anything too much more growth without a little bit more help. And we've had the help before, so it's just kind of, yeah.
Right. My curiosity is, in this day and age of, we're advancing everything technically, whether it's, websites or emails or, links to information, things like that, which in a lot of cases in the private sector is actually alleviating part of the need for the manpower, the hours, behind the desk or on the job. I'm just wondering where that plays in, especially where we're dealing with the University of Maine system that is very advanced in that.
Yeah, and I think what's happening with the technology, from what I'm seeing from an educational standpoint, is that we're able to make things more accessible. We still have to have the professionals provide the knowledge. So yeah, we are working with technology, I think, in order to share, some things. Go ahead.
The other point being, here in Somerset County, connectivity is an issue for an awful lot of people still.
And it is true.
And to be able to go,
What's up?
but the question, being able to go into an office and talk to somebody face to face about, hey, I've got this bug that's eating my whatevers. How do I deal with it? And have access to that information there. Some of it gets farmed out to other people who are associated with our county, but they may have their main office in Walden. But they are still our part-time professional. So,
And again, I'm not negating any of the importance of that work. What I'm negating is that these costs have been burdened down to us from a university system that's not willing to pay your benefit. And that's where the cost increase is. And I don't think that the county, in my own personal opinion, should have to absorb what the university system, at a much larger budget with much larger funding, is failing to provide. And we're asking a small area. I don't negate that we should be paying this person, the part-time person. And if we can get 20 hours without the benefits, I support that. What I can't support is picking up a bill because a university system is failing to pay that bill. That's my argument. It's not the work. I believe you do just work and honorable work and all those things, and it's important and vital. It's, again, picking up costs that are being shuffled down to the lowest common denominator from a large institution. That's my purpose. So I'm only one vote. That's what I say.
So again, this probably doesn't need to be decided at this moment.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure the commissioners have the information that they need for making decisions. Thank you very much. And again, I talked to Carrie, the director, today, and she said just give her the dates for the budget committee meeting, and she'll make sure that people are there to kind of work through this process again. Just saying that you're always frustrated by state mandates.
Oh, it's coming. We got a lot more coming today. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I know. So they're coming, a lot more. And if we take all of these burdens, at the end of the day, our county is going to get walloped. And yours is the smallest, 100%. So just.
maybe the smallest, but major impact.
One of the things that we're missing is also what does the county receive in benefit from extension? And I'll let the extension people report on that.
Last I knew, for the amount the county spent, we got back $17 on our dollar. I think it was.
Yeah.
Not money going, pardon my language, it's not a piss hole in the snow. Actually,
My language.
my language.
No. God bless you.
Yeah, what the money spent pays back in multitude. And for the people who need that help, it pays back in multitudes. And yeah, I'm not thrilled with paying tons of taxes, but there are times when I think my taxes are going to something good. Not to denigrate Christian, but I don't freaking have a snowmobile. I don't care.
1984 snowmobile.
Yeah, it's like, okay, where do I want my money to go? I want my money to go to help the guy next door to me that's having a hard time.
Can't take those five and snowmobiles like physical holdings.
Those costs are pretty expensive.
I'll be recorded. You can watch it.
Thank you, man.
My mother's rolling over in her grave, and I'm like, oh, Ellen. And Robert's laughing like a fool because he knows me too well.
Oh, I know you too well, yes.
Sorry.
No, that was good, thank you. It was the highlight of the day. It probably couldn't come later in the day when we needed it, but
Hey, I think that's pretty restrained for me.
for you, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else from the commission? If we're ready now to transition, we'll be on page 1 of your big letter documents. Emergency management budget, line 1,000. And as much as I know you'd love to stay and for the next 9 hours, you are free to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
No, nobody should. I didn't pay money.
Well, and the reporters who watch YouTube, they'll have a good headline now.
Right, here.
Somerset County budget, no piss hole in the snow.
Thank you, Robert.
All right, Sarah and Sabrina, share the one that.
I told her she was okay where she was.
Yeah, the Bible is swearing. All right, so many of you know Sarah Bickford, who is the EMA director, Sabrina, who is the deputy director, who's been hired since January. December, yeah. Just a brief overview on page 1 of the budget. The EMA department is coming in as a significant reduction in costs. There's 2 main drivers that are driving their reduction of their budget. One is changes in personnel. Longtime employee Mike Smith retired at a fairly high wage, and so the new wages are lower as a result of that. And for years, the communications budget and the EMA budget have been commingled. Many of you may be aware that for many years before the development of an emergency management department, it was all run under the communications under the lead of Mike Smith. And Tammy Harker was Mike's deputy. So 2 budget sessions ago, they decided to split the personnel. And so then there was a director in EMA and a deputy director, which we have now. And then there's a director in Common Center and a deputy director in Common Center. So that's evolved over the last couple of budgets. The final part of separating these 2 departments is to separate the utilities and expenses. They've always been shared. Many of you are aware that we have a communications building, and we also have an EMA building that was built several years ago that is used for hosting fire chief meetings and other EMA-related things. Under Sarah's direction, they have moved both of their offices completely into that building. So we're moving into it, and I commend them for that because I think more use out of a new building is better rather than limited use it had been received. So as a result, when you look at items like utilities, electricity, heating, fuel, so on and so forth, you'll see pretty significant reductions, and that's mainly because they're just paying for their use now in that building rather than paying for part of the comm centers. And
I don't see any reductions.
in the EMA building,
I'm on 1,000, 18,327 to 23,73, just in utilities. Pardon me, 19,9 to 19,98.
okay, Commissioner, you're going to be looking over all the way over.
I apologize.
Yeah.
All right.
So you're going to stay in that column every page. It's
Okay.
Proposed FY27 budget. So
26 to 27. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So you can see utilities.
Yes.
There's a $9,000 decrease.
Yes.
And then the next section down is services, and there's a $12,000 decrease, almost 13.
Thank you.
And that's due to responsibility for the radio towers. Again, the radio towers should be under the comm center, even though it's important to EMA. So we moved that. So Sarah is the golden child for the moment. Until Tammy gets up here, that's to explain all the increases in her utility lines because they've been moved over from one budget to another. So that's the gist of it. But I did want to give Sarah the opportunity to kind of share with you their vision moving forward. So.
Sure. So as you can see, we have a lot of decreases, but we also have some minor increases in capital budget and gas, and that's reflected upon a new mentality to emergency management in Somerset County. We're trying to be more proactive as the federal landscape changes and we can't really rely on grants to get us up anymore, our goal is to get out and serve the communities face to face and start securing them in weekends. The more prepared our communities are, the faster they'll recover, and the more familiar we are with each other, the easier things will be with disaster that occurs. So a few items that we've done in the past 3 months alone that kind of contribute to this vision coming to fruition is co-hosting a wildfire exercise in Poland. We had 16 fire departments show up to that, and we discussed a wildfire scenario. We trained a group of volunteers in Fairfield to be a community emergency response team so that they have stronger capabilities when disaster happens. Coordinated a multi-agency response for an ocean threat along the 201 corridor. So that brought in federal, state, and local partners to kind of assess the situation and make sure that the 201 corridor would remain accessible if it did see flooding. And then one small example is just extending a hand to staff at Valley Hospital. I think the field is often forgotten from our county, so we learned a lot about their operations and how we can better serve that part. So just a few items, for example, of what we've already done, but this is the vision for the next year, is building strong partnerships so that we can more safely. I also briefly just want to mention the grants stuff. We did receive EMPG grant. We were allotted the same amount of money last year. I kept that same dollar amount to be projected into fiscal year 27. We have not received a dime from the federal government yet. It's all frozen. So just know that potentially next year we may see no revenue for EMA when it comes to.
And just so you're all on the same page, literally, at the very beginning of every department is their anticipated revenue. As Sarah said, the anticipated revenue for this year was, the current budget was $78,336. She simply just carried that forward, assuming that the feds will pay. As many of you know, that was one of the things of the DOGE efforts was to kind of take a closer look at FEMA and then NEMA spending. So that was frozen early in the year. You know, what every county is looking at is, okay, on paper, we received this money, but when it's actually in the bank, we'll know for sure. So any questions?
A couple of questions rolled into one. There's no capital improvement lines, but for the building itself or for vehicles. Is that in a separate area altogether, or?
So any capital for those buildings would have to be built out, and again, that was all under the communications bill, and so. Because there wasn't a need for capital for every new building at this point, there was not separated out but in the future, if they need to raise funds for the building, they'll establish their own EMA building capital. The vehicle line, as you know, there's $48,000 that sits in a line for a vehicle. The commissioners earlier this year or late last year decided not to authorize a new vehicle purchase, but rather to go, continue to put miles on the existing vehicle and then come back at a later date to go for it. But there's money set aside for that.
I just didn't see it reflected here.
Yeah, where's the vehicle here with that 48?
You're not going to see it in this structure of budget.
But are we putting any more in to help replace that vehicle?
At this point, we decided not to contribute to it right now. We figured $48,000 with a trade would be sufficient to buy it.
Okay.
And it's earning interest, hopefully, while we're.
Oh yeah, Patrick, make sure.
But the interest is not hitting that.
What's that?
The interest is in divided now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Just go to the fine.
that's fine.
That's right.
He's taking your money.
That's how he's
He's taking your money.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, so now at the bottom of page 1, when you see the net budget of $253,879, that reflects an $89,000 reduction. or about a 26% reduction there. All right, any other questions? Anything else? Good job. All right, you've paved the way for Tandy Bar.
89 does not equal 141.
So yes, there are several factors that go into the 7% increase to the communications budget. Part of it is absorbing some of those expenses that usually contributed to through the units. The other is overall increase to wages. As you know, later on in the agenda, at the end, there's an executive session to review the contract, a 3-year contract with the 18 employees that are part of the, or 16 employees that are part of the union over there. That was ratified by those union members. They did pass, agree to accept the changes, and now it's up to you folks. So those changes in wages are factored into these numbers. So that these numbers are not going to change because we've already anticipated what the wage increases will be. So that, again, wages, a little bit of changes in benefits that are associated with wages as far as retirement, pension, that sort of thing, and the expenses are there. I'll just note here, you'll see this repeatedly through the budget. Every time you look at electricity, this is a little hard to figure because we're looking at the EMA's electricity bills. But Patrick has factored in a 14% increase in electricity costs across the board. And then I'll explain what we do with electricity. We go through a bidding process.
Yeah, which is coming up this coming year. We'll have to go out again and get a quote. And what we only do the supply side in the sense of electricity. We
Not the
walk
service.
into C&P when it comes to this
Deliveries, yeah, delivery.
So with that, Tammy,
Well, I can just go, really want to highlight the radio towers. That's really where we have 12 radio towers. So, like Tim said, we're moving within equipment repair, maintenance. I mean, in the EMA budget, we're splitting it into electricity and telephone. The electricity speaks to obviously CMP. The telephone is all our internet connections at our towers that create our IP links. So
is that 5320, the R&L towers?
the
What, when you talk about your increase
532, that's we pay for tower and
for leases?
only
Okay.
for leases. And on that line, there's just a small increase.
Yep.
So when power went up, well, and it still has an escalator this year.
Okay.
I do want to mention we're currently in discussions about the West Forks Tower. It was acquired, US Cellular sold it. Now another company, Ray, owns it out of Chicago, and now they're trying to charge us. We haven't been charged for that tower since it was put in 2013, I believe. And there was an understanding at the time that communications, public safety would be on that free. They have a different opinion on it. So we started at $1,000 a month. We're down currently at $350 a month with a 1-year delay, but we're still trying to talk to you. We have a ton of infrastructure into that. That's our law enforcement simulcast back into the county. So we have a generator in place. We put in IP connection for stability. So that's
Which tower was that again?
the West Forks Tower.
The West Fork one, okay.
And we pulled all the old documents from the LUPC to try to show the amount of support from the county. And the fire chief, the selectmen, to the need of that at the time, but now not the state company owns it.
sadly, you can't find anything in writing that said this tower will be free for public safety. So the new owners are using that to try to plus they want us to move our position, which is not happening. So Tammy has been doing some great work trying to fight back.
What's the name of the new company again?
Array.
Array. R-A-A-Y.
They've picked up a few other towers across the state, trying to find other people, and Tim also asked me to have them supply us with other county contracts with the public safety, and they have yet to supply them.
I haven't seen if this is something they've done on other grades. Schedule for them, or they trying to please us because we're just a little.
Eminent domain.
Well, as we talk about TIF and all this, we start assigning money out. These are the areas where we should, in my opinion, where we should be spending our county money. Is put a tower up, own it, rent out the other side, and let her have her communications. I mean, I get it; it's expensive, but we have all that money that came in, the $3 million for communications from the whatever the heck you want to call that thing. I mean, these are the areas that we can control these increases and generate revenue and not lose money and find a model that works. So I would encourage you to consider, in the eminent domain part on land, I mean, I don't like taking anyone's land. I'm a libertarian, but that is a need. And so if there's a top of a mountain we need, or someplace where we can put this thing, this is the area that I would support, taking whatever money we need on TIFs and these other areas to build this infrastructure so we're secure and no one can control our destiny.
You know, estimate the billion now.
And maintenance and
I get it.
power and
But you can also lease it. You have to have revenue coming in. We just sublet a jail for less than 50% a day. We can get the going rate on the tower because people are buying it.
The problem with this tower in particular is that 2 years ago we signed an agreement consolidated for that IP connection into there for the stability and the quick response.
Yeah.
So that really
Deal
just
with
tied our hands to it. Fortunately, connections with Tim, Christian, and I've tried with CMP to get to the top of Colburn. We currently sit 400 feet lower. I kind of got pushed aside a little bit after being able to go up for a while. So Christian had some other people, and so we're waiting to hear back. If we get that elevation, all those little pieces help for the whole. In terms of the money for those towers, the electricity, our electricity line is $25,200 just for our communications building with EMA moving out. Last CMP bill was $2,100. The electricity for our towers is $5,100. That's that breakdown. And then on our telephone line, it was $8,250 for towers. For all the PBS and stuff. Other than that, some lines went down. They're cleaning, water, and heating. That was just EMA moving out and just to supplement us paying the full water.
Are you dispatching for anyone other than Somerset County?
We dispatch with Benton because they're part of Fairfield response.
And unofficially, we have been asked by several other municipalities outside. Dan and I.
a couple of years ago, we carved out.
We were years
we were
ago.
doing- right.
Yes.
And it was costing Somerset County taxpayers.
I just wanted to make sure. Yep, that was my. I knew that we did in the past. I didn't know we did.
What's interesting is a lot of the, not to throw Kennebec, a lot of Kennebec is run out of the water dispatch center. And so Kennebec County doesn't even have costs associated with dispatch that we, so this is give and take and all that. I will say I'm encouraged, and I'm assuming Ken is too, about your commitment toward utilizing funds for towers. Just so everybody's on the same page, we have many towers that impact the UT. So last year, the commissioners were in favor of if there's a need to get something upgraded or done to utilize, offset some of the costs with TIF money. Just keep in mind, there's really only one vendor out there to do it. So we can supply the money, but getting the people there, and some of these are inaccessible during the winter time. Some of them you have to wait for the state gets a helicopter up there, and so it's really labor intensive to do a lot of these upgrades.
Sarah spoke to some of that money that we have the grant we put in for law enforcement simulcast. So once we have that, all these pieces need other pieces to fill in, so we're waiting on one to get the other one. So the vision's there, it's just the agency returns.
Any questions for Tammy? So I'd be remiss if I didn't say that she's taking in an additional 227.
That's for Benton, and we have started charging for we hadn't previously. So. Big money.
So again, the total increase to that budget at the bottom of page 2 is 7.1%, 141,000.
I'm going to ask you a technical question. Benton's percent of calls to your center, give or take? No?
One a day.
Okay. I don't know how many you have a day, so
Sorry.
I mean 1% of your total.
Yeah, one call a day. I mean, I can run.
So my question is Benton paying on the $5,000 rate, or whatever that rate is that you revenue, is Benton paying their percentage of calls based on your center? That's my question.
Yes, and they go up. Like this year, we're tracking $1.25 per capita. Last year was $1.85.
Okay.
So there is an increase.
Okay. But you're comfortable with the amount of calls that Benton is utilizing your service, they're paying the percent of your budget that they utilize?
Yes.
That's my question. Thank you.
And if I could.
Yes.
Just because last year I passed these out to the commission.
Yes, thank you.
I gave a little bit of overview of our,
Thank you.
obviously, the communication evolving every day with red flag, yellow flag, 988 and 80 registry. So it's moving.
It's also worth noting, if we go through other budgets, that you're celebrating more than a year of being fully staffed.
447 days.
447.
No, it's not.
But some of our longer-serving commissioners will remember the struggles of getting these positions. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We have time for the district attorney. So page 3 will be the beginning of the DA budget. Include the top of page 4. Just want to get a couple of highlights. In this regard, I talked about it at the beginning, and DA Maloney will talk a little about it. There's a couple things going on that have put increased pressure on our staff. So Kurt is the office manager up there. He has 4 clerks that work for him. Those are the 5 county employees, plus the victims advocates and 6 county employees. The other remaining employees in the office are all state employees. There are a number of felony cases. This ties in directly with why the sheriff is asking for another. If the sheriff receives that detective, they're able to process more felony cases, which will lead to more work for the DA's office. The other thing, and you'll love this, Commissioner, is the state made a change. And work that was previously being done by the state employees across the street has now been transferred to Chris's employees. And so that's just an extra burden, which is frustrating, right? So in order to kind of combat this, we've taken some steps to create positions within the office that are more special. Used to be everybody was a clerk, everybody did everything. We've hired someone that has the experience to be a restitution clerk, which focuses mainly on getting the money from the offender to the victims. And that is working very well. It doesn't generate revenue for the county, but it gets money back. The other, because we have a number of victims, we are adding support to our victims advocate. So in doing that, we kind of restructured the pay scale in that office, which is reflected in the increase there. And the other part of that increase to keep in mind is we do pay for 1 detective out of the detective's budget. So there's a detective that specializes in domestic violence, and so that detective's pay is included in this pay as well. And that was structured, that was approved by the commission. I was here, so it must be 23 that they structured it. When it comes to internet and the costs associated with e-prosecutor, that's been in the works for a while, but hasn't really been fully developed yet. And of course, one of the tricky things that, that's not Pavel's shit. One of the tricky things that Pavel has been working on is trying to close all the gaps with emails and so forth, and being everybody having an email on a system that they can control. The DA's office, because their internet is not provided by the county, it's provided by the state. The state is not yet CJIS compliant. And so Pavel is trying to make sure that we're CJIS compliant, so he's really working to try to fill that gap, fill that loophole. So those are just some of the big things going on, but I'll let Megan take it from there.
Well, I'll start with the good news, which is back in 1973, the state actually decided to give the counties some money, which I know is a shocking thing to think about today. County attorneys were elected only in the county, and they were paid by the county. So my salary would be paid by the county. And then in 1973, the state made this decision that they were going to get rid of county attorneys and have district attorneys who cover more than one county, and that the state would pay the salary. So we do the work of the county exclusively. We don't take on other things. We just do the work of the county. But the attorneys are paid by the state. So that's actually a good thing. I wish that they would pay for our whole office. But unfortunately, they don't pay for anything else. So they don't pay for computers, paper, pen, it's office staff, nothing else. They only pay for the prosecutors. So it's just a weird twist in Maine law. But with everything else, we do come to the county to seek a budget to be able to pay to prosecute all of the cases in Somerset. Because Somerset has been going up dramatically in the number of felony cases, we have an 18.2% increase from 2024 in felonies. And those felonies are the ones that take the most time. That's where our victim witness advocate needs to be communicating with victims. That's where we have multiple motions that will be filed and hearings and all of that. Since I started in 2013, initially there were 2 state prosecutors here in Somerset County. Then I added a 3rd, and now I've added a 4th state prosecutor. Again, not paid for by Somerset County taxpayer dollars, paid for by the state. And the way that I've done that is actually by taking prosecutors away from Kennebec and giving them to Somerset, not by getting new positions from the state. And the reason that seems to be working is because Kennebec just has more people there, so we're able to cover for each other when we're in court. And in Somerset, with only 3 people, there just weren't enough people to get all the work done. So it really did require more of those resources. So there is a 4th prosecutor here in Somerset County now, and that never was true before. That does mean that when you have more prosecutors, you're able to prioritize more cases. You're able to say, no, I'm going to take this to trial. I'm not going to give a better plea offer. I'm going to push these different issues, and that puts extra work in the staff. Now, far, far worse, and I do have a letter that I wrote about this, which I can share with all of you. The worst thing that's happened to us this year is that the state has decided, instead of us giving them paper complaints, where I used to be able to walk over with a stack of paper and sign it in and
less than 5 minutes. Here's all of our complaints. Now, each complaint has to be individually filed by a person in our office. And that can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. And then if the complaint is rejected, you don't get to start where you left off. You have to start over from scratch. And there are different people reviewing these complaints. So, yes.
Quick point of clarification, because I'm not a lawyer. Is that a lawyer, an assistant DA filing those complaints, or is it one of his staff members?
It's the staff.
So it can be a paralegal or whatever they are called.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
So the staff is filing these complaints, and if the complaint has multiple counts, such as, many of the felony complaints, they don't have one one count. They have 10, 15 counts, each one individually entered in, and it hasn't been consistent as far as what is accepted and what is rejected. So there's a learning curve that's been extremely frustrating for the staff. I'm so grateful to Chris because he will not allow us to fail. And so even if it means staying late, I know he's staying late and getting things, making sure everything gets done. And it's just a tremendous amount of dedication that I really am grateful. We have not, however, we're not coming to you asking for another staff person because we've only been doing this for about a month, and we're hopeful that we're going to get over this learning curve and that we're going to be able to do it within our existing resources without Chris staying until 10 o'clock at night, and that we'll get to that place. So we want to give it a year, and that's why we're not asking for another position. What we are asking for, though, is a wage that will keep the people that we have. We have been losing people. I cannot echo Tammy's comments of having had everyone for a year. I wish I could. We lost someone to the public defender's office in Penobscot County. We lost someone to the district attorney's office in Penobscot County. And it comes down to dollars and cents. They pay better, and we don't pay as much. We pay $21 an hour. I mean, it's hard to live on that wage. So that is an increase that you see in our budget, and it is because we want to keep these people. When we bring in a new person, it is so there's so much training that goes into each one, and we're hoping that our training line can stay flat, that we just keep the people that we have. And then, of course, with the sheriff's deputy, he specializes in domestic violence, sexual assault, and elder abuse. And Detective Jeremy Leal, that's outside of our control. So his salary is going up, but that's based on union negotiations, and that comes out of our budget. So we don't control that. I don't know. Anything else?
No, I think that the big thing is just with the felonies, it has a ripple effect for the office. And Megan was right. It's not just the complaints, though. It's every filing that we're doing right now with the court has that 5-minute, 15-minute time frame to enter it into the computer, make sure it's all accurate, and it's demographics for every defendant that comes in. It's the details, the statutes on every crime and every charge that comes in. And then if it does not meet a certain requirement as set forth by MJB or the court, they kick that back and it starts over from scratch. Once we have gotten over that learning curve, just as insight, we are looking at approximately 50 to 60 hours per month of additional work that's put onto this office when we're already holding firm with what we've got because of this increase in felony cases. And Megan had mentioned that the felony cases do have all of that additional work that goes along with victim witness advocate is much more involved in those victims there. These are the cases that go to trial and have to arrange for witness fees, having the witnesses come in, additional documentation and certifications that we have to get in order to produce things.
But we have such a great team of prosecutors that with these cases that we win, you can almost bet money, dollars to donuts, that 3 months down the road, now we have an appeal. Well, that's additional cost and that's additional staffing that has to be in that as well too. Filing the briefs, and those, by the way, have to go to Portland. So it's having someone drive down to deliver those in hand. And so it compounds. And what Maine was talking about, we did lose somebody to the DA's office, we did lose somebody to the public defender's office, and it is a wage thing. The $21 an hour that we're bringing people in on, compared to the level of detail-oriented people that we want in the office to ensure that we have the highest level of product that we're putting out and the highest level of prosecution that can happen. I believe that, and I do firmly believe that, a $2 increase for our staff is a bare minimum. I had intended on coming in with a $4 an hour increase, and I thought that not one. Also realign some of the other line items in here to help to kind of offset that cost as well too. You can see that our mileage is going down, our training line has gone down by almost $500 there. Vehicle repair and maintenance needs to be adjusted and realigned. There's $1,000 off from that line. Vehicle insurance is down $1,700 as well too, simply because those are things that are paid through the sheriff's office by the end of the year.
So on the this new policy of filing these complaints individually, you know what the process was when you handed them a stack? I mean, is it simply that a state employee was filing those individually after you handed it to them, so they've decided they're not going to do that any longer? We're not.
That's a good summary.
Okay.
Yeah, they used to log them in, and now we log them in.
Okay.
So they arrive at the court already logged in.
So they do less.
They
We do more.
shifted
They just shift. Right.
Yeah.
Same old same.
Mr. Curtis, am I right to interpret that this, being a new commissioner, that this is the time at which, because they're not unionized, we're granting them their pay increase? And so I want to have a better understanding of that if we're committing to that now. Do we do that in executive session, or do we do that publicly? Right?
No, this is tough, because we're not going to talk about individual people.
Okay.
We're just talking about staff.
So is it $2 an hour per person in the building, whether they've been there 10 years or 10 days?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume that the 10-year people are making more than the 21.
We just got, so with what Tim was talking about earlier, the restructuring of responsibilities, we had just gotten our most tenured clerk.
We can't speak of, be careful. Okay. But yes.
We've restructured, and one of the individuals did receive an increase based on
Essentially taking on extra duties.
correct.
And just so that the commissioners are clear on this, and I think you're aware that when I passed out a spreadsheet some weeks ago that basically gave the wages for every position, no name,
Yes.
just every position. So legal secretaries, not paralegals. There's a large difference between
Okay.
paralegal and legal secretary.
I apologize.
Paralegal is is paid much more.
Okay.
So we have 4 legal secretaries, and they are essentially the entry level position to the county.
Okay.
Because they traditionally have come in. There's just a few. You had less than $19 an hour just a few years ago, and so the wage has moved from 17 to 19 for that entry level. Currently it's 21 with this. If we did have to hire another one or replace one that leaves, we would be able to advertise that at $22 to $23 an hour. Because really, it's rare that you get a legal secretary with experience. Because it's an entry level position, most people are coming in, changing from another career, or they work at Rite Aid and now they want to try something else. And so we find good people, and Chris does a good job of training good people. Much like the communication center, this has been probably the longest stretch in a while that you've had 4 fully funded positions or fully occupied positions. So we're trying to build on that.
And my next question, well, thank you for the better understanding there, sir. My next question, you reflected to 18.2% from 2024 increase. What is that number on cases? In other words, if 18% of 10, that's 1.8. If it's 18% of 100, that's 18. Significant difference.
So Commissioner, I can get you that answer very quickly. I'm just not sure if I can do it quick enough in this.
That's fine.
But on the Maine Court's website,
Yes.
they do track all of our cases, and then Amanda Doherty also sends out a tracking sheet. She works for the court and gives us those exact numbers. Actually, I'll look up the last email. I think I might be able to find it.
But you have the gist of the question.
Now that I think about it, I think I could get it quickly.
You have the gist of the question, all right? Like,
Yes.
yeah, if it's a low number, it's not a lot. If it's a big number, it's significant.
So on that same 18.2%, you have a sense of why there's a nearly 20% increase? Is it better police work? Is it you're charging
Dumber criminals?
people with felonies, or is it just more crime?
We have as many aggravated drug trafficking cases in Somerset County as we have in Kennebec.
So aggravated drug crime.
Aggravated drug trafficking is very high in Somerset County compared to the population. It is, I was just looking at those numbers with my deputy just a few days ago, and it's really surprising. There's really
Not in a good way.
not in the right. Yeah.
We'll run through it.
Thank you.
And, I think I just got, so this is something that Amanda Doherty sends out about the caseload. She compares us to 2019, because that's the pre-pandemic number. And so Somerset County in 2019 had 147 felonies, and now has 357 felonies. So that's an increase of 142.9% since 2019.
And we took all the 20 money off. Nobody was arrested.
Right.
So, and I'm happy to forward that document. That's, as I said, it's
Well, that would verify to me it's not 10.
yeah.
It's 100.
It's a lot.
So that 357 was 2025 numbers.
Yes, so let me read what she writes. Pending cases as of February 20th of 2026. So
So there's 357 in the hopper to be tried right now, potentially,
357 as of February 20th.
in the funnel.
Yeah, that need to be tried, 357. And we try roughly 4 or 5 a month.
We've got things that's coming up month, and we've got 7 on there.
So we get
What is
So-
that?
and we
You're saying
have
that
jury
that's-
trials every other
But
month.
you're saying that that's felonies,
Those are felonies.
but you also said that some people get 10 felonies on their arrest. So how many people are going through the courts? How many people does these felonies represent?
That's an excellent question. Yeah, it says cases. So I'm just trying, I could ask Amanda how she does it, but she writes pending cases as of February 20th. So I think that's individuals, but I could verify with her to be sure I'm interpreting it correctly.
Because, yeah,
Yeah, because it doesn't say counts, it says cases.
And of those cases, of the 357, excuse me, are you?
well, that would make a follow-up question, though. Are those cases of each case a felony, or is each case a combination of felonies as differentiated from a count?
That's a good point. We often have felonies and misdemeanors together. So it has, so this says there's 357 felonies, 610 misdemeanors. I've never asked her what she does in her calculations when someone has both felonies and misdemeanors, does she just put them in the felony column, which is what I would do? That makes most sense to me. If you've got a case with felonies and misdemeanors, to me, you would count that as a felony case. But I can verify with her to be sure that's
Yeah.
what she's doing.
Because it's a lot of felonies, but is it a lot of people? That's my question.
Yes.
What's that differential?
Yeah.
You bring up that number for the misdemeanor. So how difficult is it for the DA's office and the court to handle that?
Well, the misdemeanors often go to trial as well. Misdemeanors are OUIs. Fewer and fewer people will plead guilty to an OUI. They want to see if they take the case to trial, if they might be able to have success. And sometimes there is a problem that develops. Let's say the officer isn't available, or the breath test, the judge doesn't allow us to use it because the mouth check wasn't done correctly, right? So those often go to trial. OUIs go to trial. Also, misdemeanors that include domestic violence misdemeanors, those also go to trial very often. What doesn't go to trial as often is we don't usually see thefts going to trial, but we do have IFW cases going to trial a lot. Those a lot of inland fisheries and wildlife cases, those go to trial a lot.
So my next question was going to be, and if you don't wish to divulge this, you don't need to, because I don't know if it's a sensitive number or not. But of that 357 and/or the 600 and whatever, what percentage does your office typically plead out and put to the courts? In other words, we come to an agreement, and if you can't answer it, you don't.
No. I can say that we're required to give. I mean, required is wrong word. The judges want us to give an offer in every single case, so we do. We would never say, I'm not going to give an offer. Now, I myself have given offers of 28 years in the case, which was, actually, he's already pled, the case is over, it's the James Oliver case. And when I said a number that he said, no, I'm not going to plead and accept that offer. We have a sentencing argument, and it actually ended up being 28 years. So sometimes the offer is extremely high, and we know that means we're either going to have a trial or we're going to have a contested sentencing, but the conduct is so reprehensible, that's what's required. So really what your question goes to is, how often do we give an offer less than what we could get if we went to trial?
To mitigate work and expense.
To mitigate the...
In the insurance world, how many cases do we settle to avoid the fees later?
Well, most of the cases do end up settling. By far, most of the cases. Okay. Otherwise, with the ability to only try about 7 per month, and we only have 6 months a year of trial, we have to try to settle most of that. But within parameters. So, for example, we won't dismiss an OUI. Even after the end of a deferred period, we're not going to dismiss an OUI. Unless it was, if the police work, if the evidence isn't there, then we have to.
Right.
But if the evidence is there, we're not going to dismiss an OUI, even though we have so many cases pending. So we have set policies and procedures in the office that we do stand by, but we definitely, and I know you see a lot of this too, Chris, we definitely settle the majority of the cases. Okay.
But it doesn't mitigate the workload on the office when we do that, because even things like, let's take an OUI, for example, we still have to get certified copies of the breath test. We still have to make sure that all of the evidence is, because if it does go to trial, if this defendant says, no, that's wrong, and I want to stand, it's my right to have a trial, and I want a trial, this office is not going to be blindsided and be rushing around and trying to get what we need in order to prosecute it effectively. So,
Also, someone's never going to be guilty if we don't have all of our information.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So.
So you still want to give them money?
Nope, let crime run right.
On the top of page 4, you see the net increase is $90,000. Got mainly the wages and benefit changes. Just a note on benefit changes. There is an increase in the health insurance line because one of our new employees took family coverage and previously that other person. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, always happy to answer questions. Feel free to reach out anytime.
Thank you, guys.
And could you bring back the answers to the questions that were answered, asked? About the amount of people to the amount of cases?
Yes, yes. We'll get that answer.
Let's keep that up to the first review.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Kerry.
Hey, Tim, what was that 90,000, what line was that 90,000 on
On
your?
the top of page 4,
That'll,
top of page 4 is net total page
In orange.
90,000.
got you right there.
Yeah, 15%.
15 minutes.
So to Commissioner Stone's question earlier, there's negotiated wages within the collective bargaining agreements, and as each department head came in, I was talking about a standard COLA of 4%, unless they could justify a restructuring or additional duties or someone's taken on more work, or these entry-level positions need to be included. So that is the case in a few, but not all departments have that situation. Just for timing purposes here, what time did you want to break for lunch, or how far did you want to get before you took a small break?
Well, how quickly is lunch getting here?
What's that?
How quickly is lunch getting here? Has it been ordered?
Yeah.
Is it on its way?
11:30, it's going to get picked up.
I think we can do the commissioners in 15 minutes.
Well, we could roll through a couple of these.
But, yeah,
Finance.
it's going to go get picked up around 11.
Pass through. Finance is a pass through.
Back got a raise, it's over.
So I think we say, we need to let needs, probate, jail, and sheriff know what the structure is, and if that's all that happened after lunch.
Yeah.
I'd really like to get Pavel's weapon done before lunch. That's good.
Let's move.
All right, page 4, this is your budget, this is the commissioner's budget, but you really take care of it. It's me. All right. So, the total impact is less than 1% on a $3,400 increase overall. Just to go over a couple of things so you know what's included in this budget. Last year in the budget, we eliminated the separate human resources budget and we folded it into the commissioner's budget. That's why last year the budget went from 296 to 442 because we combined both of those departments. So we're kind of status quo this year. When you look at wages, you'll see that wages went up 12%, but that's mainly because Leanne used to be paid a stipend. So part of her wage was in the third line down, stipends. So you see the reduction in the stipend line is now reflected in the wages line. So if you go to the top blue of wages overall, it's only a 2% increase. Our wages.
So what is that stipend line now?
That's you.
Oh. Got that.
That's the commissioners. Used to be the commissioners and human resources, now it's just we go down to line 2140 called pension DEP, pension dependents. You'll see this is $43,000 and change every year. This is the pension we're required to pay out to the loved one or beneficiary of an officer killed in duty. So that will always be there until that person passes away. So that beneficiary passes.
I'm sorry, which line again was that?
So 2140 where it says pension DEP.
Yeah.
And you'll see
Oh, yeah.
that number is, and every budget committee, people ask what this is. But that's, and I always forget to tell them, so that's all. But that's pretty much we did add some money, to the,
Does that line get COLA? Should it get COLA?
no, it's required by state.
Okay.
It's a fixed amount.
Okay,
Yeah. Good question.
Based on the employees' earnings at the time.
okay. No problem.
So under employees' costs, we did make some adjustments to travel, lodging, and training. And that mainly is to support the costs of traveling to Washington DC for a NACO conference like Commissioner SEDC just did. So we budget for two trips like this. The Maine County Commissioners Association reimburses us for one. So right now I'm tallying up your receipts from your most recent trip to Washington DC, and it's probably going to run somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 with lodging and travel and fee and all of that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to submit that to Lauren, CCA, and she'll write us a check for that. But I don't, that credit back doesn't get reflected in.
Yeah, it's there. If you look at the increase in revenue.
Yeah, okay, so that's where, so whatever credit we get back from this travel, we've added to the revenue line. So at the top of that section, we have a revenue of 85,000, a revenue of 2,000. The 2,000 is reimbursements from MCCA for travel. The 85,000 is what the UT budget reimburses us for our help with Dave. So whatever Leanne or I provide for any of the services or help, we get paid for that.
Dues seems awful. What do we join? Is that your county administrator thing and our county commissioner thing, or?
Oh, we looked at reducing this once, but I can't remember what it is that drives these dues. It's not a cost. What's that?
CCA.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Maine County Commissioners Association.
13 grand?
I think it's a portion of it, but yeah, it's been 13,000 for years. So the previous administrator used to have some affiliations with lawyers, groups and so forth, but that's not there anymore.
We've spent already 12,000 on the year to date this year.
Yeah, so I'm assuming it's our CCA dues, which are not cheap.
Good Lord.
Manager dues.
Part of that dues is the insurance as
And
well.
they do.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. The insurance for.
It's for the counties. It's our,
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay.
I believe that covers the same.
No,
It's a different-
that's just dues. We get a
Okay.
separate fee for
Oh.
liability insurance.
Okay.
So that liability insurance is split throughout everything.
And I'm sorry, I didn't see the dues. Where's the dues in here?
2780 under employee cost, dues and members.
Well, you recall, Commissioner Stevens, that when you attended that MCCA meeting, they were talking about their budget. And
Oh, yeah.
it's a considerable amount. We split it among 16 counties. And I don't know, I have to look at it, I don't know if it's still
About time to jump out.
rated by population.
Good Lord.
Which one, our dues?
Yeah.
The dues is, it's prefabricated, actually. It's something to do with population and the assessments
Yeah, valuation.
and some other things.
Okay.
But it's kind of like, I think it's a 3-tiered evaluation.
We can get you more information on what that actually breaks down.
That'd be great.
And yeah, I'm trying to get the, this will, of course, this will impact dues again, but to get MCCA to budget more for the travel, because NACO is more of an MCCA function than it is in any individual county. So right now, for this year, it is 3 trips. So I'm thinking that a trip that I'm going on to New Orleans in July will be, hopefully they'll split it
Okay.
half and half.
Yeah, anything they can reimburse you.
Is the MCCA only funding to the county?
Their main source of funding is dues.
What?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm missing the benefit.
I
here.
know,
mean,
but what we did last year for the first time is we encouraged sponsors to our conventions, and there was sponsors here when we had our monthly meeting here at the jail. There's a couple of sponsors, they paid MCCA.
Right, but he's spending that money. So my question is, what did you get when you went to what were you in Washington for, and what did we get?
I got some training. I got to talk to Senator Collins, a reminder that we existed. I spoke with
That's free
Pingree.
usually.
Hmm?
That's free if you just kind of go to Waterloo.
Yeah.
So we get a substantially smarter county commissioner chair, is what you're telling us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I mean, I don't mean to poo-poo the group, and I sat in one of their meetings, and it was good good dialogue. But that's 3 trips a year. That's a lot of money, and 13 is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That's $25,000 a year we're spending on.
yeah, I know it's a lot of money to travel.
It's a lot, and I'm not faulting you at all. I'm sure you're very judicious about it, but are we getting $25,000 worth of benefit? And could that money be
$2,500?
No, but I'm saying
The
the
whole
year
thing.
for 3 trips, and I realize some of it's reimbursed, but $13,000. I'm just adding up the numbers of.
Right, but
Money.
money not part of the MCCA, we probably can't be part of the risk pool. We'd have to go.
That's what keeps it. I would say there'll be some, evolution of the risk pool going forward, but that's the reason why counties stay is because unless there's an insurance agent that can provide us liability coverage for a jail at a reasonable price.
Well, I'm just saying, as we look forward,
I think it should be more than reasonable.
I'm just saying,
It sounded like he didn't hear you. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying, looking forward, again, that guy proposed some huge staffing and taking over legal and raising his budget by a couple $100,000, and we're represented in that group. We can't be supporting. I mean, we can't end up with a $50,000 membership due because that budget has gone through the roof. I just want to be again. These numbers all come down to a bottom line at the end. Independently, $5,000 to this, 15 to that doesn't seem like.
What I was going to say is that this is the first year that we've incorporated sponsors into our MCCA events, and so far we've made around $60,000. So that is something that does not affect the dues, but it helps pay the expenses of MCCA. So it's not totally
Right, but he's growing MCCA. That was his intent, is to grow.
Yeah.
He wants to grow the services that it provides.
Right.
I would just caution, as we grow these things, we grow the animal, which we feed more, and we're the ones feeding it. That's all.
You're not alone.
That's all.
No,
So Tim, on 4680 advertising, what do we usually use advertising dollars for?
Advertising, I traditionally take out an ad in the Canada Valley Tourism Council, just in their magazine, just to kind of highlight Somerset. So, but that's really, and the other advertising we would do is if we had to officially post a position, like when we post the public hearing for the budget, we have to put that in the newspaper. So we just kind of.
We had to post an appointment of a commissioner.
Yeah, that's kind of I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, we're HR good.
Yeah, we don't necessarily advertise in any place that costs us.
So some of the services I know used to cost, like Indeed or.
Doesn't right now, but we're
If you do
I was
the
thinking
low rent subscription, you get lots of applicants. But you don't pay.
So why are we thinking we've got to jump to 1,000 from?
Just traditionally, the last couple of years, we've spent either $650 or spent more than $50.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? If you flip the page to page 5 and come down halfway, you can click on wages are pretty much standard, 3.5% increase. The other large increase has to do with audits. If you've been following the news, you know that counties are behind in their audits in many cases. And Ron Smith of R.H.R. Smith has taken on a dozen out of the 16 counties. And now he's trying to make some of his money back. So he's been our auditor for a while. and he is essentially, what was the percentage of the
86.02
Yeah.
change, $9,720. He's making some money.
Well, we're already at one. The part increases last year budget and not the increase. I had a discussion with the administrator and negotiating with, I didn't negotiate higher.
So here's the sticky situation with auditors. The reason Ron Smith is demanding these prices is because he knows he's the only one. I'm hearing rumblings that Barry Dunn and Associates may be ramping up. See, what Ron Smith did was he ramped up, he hired 80 people over the last couple of years, including finance directors from towns like Madison. I mean, he basically came in and offered her money, and she said, I'm leaving. And so he's done that over and over again. Now he is the number one auditor for all municipalities. Because a lot of auditors don't want to deal with towns and counties because it's complicated.
That should be an answer to many questions, Tim.
What's that?
Many people don't want to deal with your system.
That's true. So it may not be time this year, but maybe next year or between this budget and the next budget, we actually put out an RFP and see what the real number is for auditing services out there. Ron really likes working with us, but Patrick is so good. But I think Patrick would be just as good with Barry Dunn or anybody else. And audit is only as good as the information you provide. And some of the best finance people I've seen, they're the ones that audit the audit when the auditor returns the audit, and they tell the auditor, you missed this, this, and this. So that's good.
Are we up to date?
Right. Yes.
So we're not like these other counties that are running.
We were actually the first ones to get it done, our 25. So the net change to the finance office is 5% based on those two. And just so you know, anytime you make a decision on use of fund balance, it shows up in the finance revenues. Patrick has been trending down the amount of interest income over the last couple of years, mainly because interest rates are coming down. We no longer have ARPA funds in the bank that are earning interest because those have been spending on. So the interest calculation has gone from $759,000 down to $690,000. Patrick could buy a state.
I was going to say, hold on a second, Patrick. A few minutes ago, you were talking about taking that woman's savings account. You're making $690,000.
Hey. Currently, our interest rate is at 3.56%. The budget is based on 3.2.
What's that?
If the budget comes in at 2.7, that's 100,000 short. So right now, it's 3.2. The rates keep going down when you down. So I don't think that there's too much fluff in there. I don't think it's run a state.
Hey, just for the record, KSW has a checking account that's paying
Looks like we're going
$4.24.
peanut butter and fluff.
All right, any questions on finance?
Thank you for everything you do.
We do it well.
Yep. And so.
We are lucky to have.
So on the lower half of page 6 is the first part of the IT budget. So the IT budget is split up into sections 1245 and 1246. 1245 is just the wages of the people that we hire, and a few other costs like employee costs, capital, office, telephone, that sort of thing. So if it has to do with the people, it's in this section. If it has to do with the subscriptions, the services, the maintenance, the servers, all that jazz, it's in the next section. So what you'll see in page 6 is a decrease in the wages, and that's primarily due to the fact that Eric retired. So we had Eric in the budget that we're in right now. And so now moving forward, we are not operating with 6 employees, we're operating with 5 employees. 2 of them work in the jail, Pavel and Brandon are this business building, and Jonathan is over at the comm center. So it is important for us to have IT on hand in all those buildings, especially with the implementation of Central Square, which is so IT effective. So that's the reason for the decrease in wages. There were some adjustments to wages, $1 an hour was given to 2 of our employees and Pavel for the extra duties that they're taking on now that they're effective. So, so that basically results in the $50,000 net reduction in that portion of the budget, because also we're not paying Eric's benefits. So any questions on the personnel? Did you have anything to say about your team?
I think it's pretty good. The best of some of the projects and all of us working together as a team. So, always busy lately.
If there's no questions, then on page 7, in the middle of the page, you have, we consider the whys or support. I asked this question 8 years ago.
Basically, all the support that the IT department gives to all the other departments. With all the software that other departments run on, all the costs associated with the TC and everything related to other departments. This is really the IT cost that runs the out. Well, like Tim said, the 1245 is actually just the IT department itself.
So if you have the appetite, you can go through the list of every subscription that we have, and every subscription that's required for IT. That would total up that number of $631,000. As Pavel mentioned last year, we had to finally let go and make the switch over to Microsoft 365, and that becomes a subscription, a monthly subscription for every item that you have. So those costs were increased. To soften the budget last year, we took $100,000 out of the dark fiber account to offset that. So we didn't do that this year, which is really why this is ending up at a $65,000 increase and a net increase of about $113,000 between the two departments.
Does this count police subscriptions?
Yes. The Central Square application is included in the under IT budget.
And what about, I'm not familiar, I know what Central Square is, but I'm not familiar with it enough to know body cam subscriptions, all those other subscriptions that their services require. Because I know that they have different camera system. It's a very good system.
Yeah. So if you're referring to the Axon system, we switched to in last year's budget. The subscription or support. What do we pay? Maintenance. So the maintenance agreement is paid for out of the sheriff's budget.
That's not in
this one. And that covers body cams for the and for the sheriff's. That cost is split up between the sheriff's and the jail. I love presenting the IT budget because no one else. And it's one of the realities of the world that we live in. These companies, when they change hands and a bigger company absorbs a smaller company, then they're free to do just what's happening with Tammy and that the license agreement at the Forks Tower. They come in and they can demand. What was the one that went up so much this year?
The VMware. Yeah.
300%.
Broadcom both them, and it was like 300% increase.
So a new company took over the software provider, and everybody got they're getting their investment back by increasing.
And are you shopping these?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically it was like two major players for the virtualization. It was like this thing that we're using, which is VMware, and it was like Microsoft. So I get some quotes how much Microsoft is supposed to be a little bit cheaper, but I get some quotes how much it will cost us to fully migrate to Microsoft. And I get a quote of like $135,000 that we cost us to migrate to those servers. So that's really hopefully within like next year or two, maybe there'll be like another vendor that will be cheaper, but so far we just have like two options really for like major players, and it's much cheaper to keep existing one than migrating to Microsoft at this point.
It's a 5-year payback. Yeah. And in 5 years, the IT world is going to change.
It's going to change within like 5 years.
I mean, yeah, necessary evil. I'm surprised. I mean, the IT department with labor and with subscriptions is 5% of our county budget.
Yeah.
That's a substantial number. I would reckon that you're pretty close to third behind sheriff and jail and IT, which is no fault of yours. I'm just suggesting that it's a fairly big budget that we're looking at amongst other budgets.
Without that budget, the county would
100%. No. I'm getting that.
You want to go to jail?
No. Speaking to Good.
Let's go to court.
Hold it.
So just staying with the theme of the day, I guess, is there anything that has been handed down from the state that we're required to do that has increased costs?
Teaches the criminal justice information service from the feds, and then
Yes.
we have audit. Based on that audit, we have to implement a few more applications to be compliant. And that's under the software license agreements.
Okay.
Any other projects that they need to know about? You've done a good job getting the server project.
The email that we can 99% completed. We are in the cloud.
We've completed updates to the jail as far as the interest system, the cameras, the intercom, all that's been updated.
There is always like an ongoing project of basically upgrading all the infrastructure and the software and services. So it's like always something that we have to do every year.
I'd just like to recognize them again because, again, for one of the first things compliant in this new world, and how easy it was for us all to get through. I mean, you like Patrick, do a wonderful job. Yeah. The assistant administrator is wonderful.
Any other questions?
No, I'm used to trying to get coffee.
I am. Yes. But Bob's here. Robert's here. He'll make it.
All right. If nothing else, thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, sir.
So let me get through maintenance.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Let's see. Bottom of page 7 is essentially the maintenance department, which doesn't generate any revenue. This is the wages in here are for our full-time maintenance director here at the courthouse, Nelson, and for a part-time. So that's what are included in the wages. We have been setting aside some money for considering maybe a janitorial service. But the quotes that I got from folks, it's much more expensive than what we have to bring in service, and the quality of the work we're getting is good. So that has been adjusted. The biggest increase in this is, again, electricity, because this is where the electrical and the electric bills for the courthouse come in. So there's a $7,000 increase in electricity. We've been kind of under budgeting that for a while. As you can see, we budgeted $25,000 for this year. We're already close to $19,000. Winning time yet. And then the other increase right at the bottom, where it says transfer out. Anytime you see the last item that says transfer out, that's money that we're setting aside into capital for work to be done. We have exhausted our capital reserves for this building and the extension office. Those are the two buildings that we cover. We did about $80,000 worth of work to the extension office my first year here, and we have done all of these heater upgrades throughout the entire building here, and that work has pretty much brought us down to the negative in our, and not a zero down, but a negative in our building fund. So I want to replenish it by putting in $25,000. Get out of the hole.
What is the word on the courthouse, on them building the courthouse, and us getting out of this building?
Were you talking to Susan?
Yeah, there's a meeting, I believe, on Friday, that they're gonna have another building meeting on that, regarding that. The word on the street is, it's moving forward this spring.
It's moving. So is there consideration amongst the commissioners or amongst the county to say, we don't want to maintain a 150-year-old building for our staff?
I have.
Because this building's expensive. Yes, we can agree that.
No. Not for a 150-year-old building. This building has a new roof, it has a new heating system, it has new lighting, new floors. I mean, there's new windows. But
And do we own it? If we sold it, could we capture that money for the county? Or does that go to the state?
I suppose I don't think I would say I would entertain any ideas of this, but based on my experience with town offices, I think the town office in Madison is more expensive than me. And I would credit the previous commissioners for continuing to maintain.
Oh, they maintained it.
The build is gonna take at least 2 years.
Right, so if we get started this spring basically means they tear down the whole building at the end of the road there. They start to work to bring it in. We're still going to need to have a place to house the district attorney's office. So the district attorney's office doesn't go with the new building. Offices for the DAs will go over there. But Trips and his staff will need to utilize that space upstairs. But it's really just the courtroom, which is kind of an albatross because of the furniture that's set up in there. It's difficult to have large gatherings. It is the only air-conditioned building, room in the building.
Mm-hmm.
One of those previous court judges had that done. And you can only access it through that elevator if you're in. So it's.
But do we have more land up at the communication center?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think what we yeah, there's one at the jail.
I'm just saying it should be evaluated.
You'd have to get state approval to move the courthouse to Madison. Be in the county seat.
Probably have to get another bond.
But it's not a courthouse anymore. If we.
Oh, it's still a county courthouse, whether there's a judge in it or not. That doesn't change. That this is the county courthouse.
And there's still a probate court.
Right.
Oh, it doesn't go. All the court isn't going.
No.
No, probate's still here.
Right.
Yeah, probably still county.
Right.
And technically, you all are judges.
Yes.
So when you hold a commissioners meeting, you are essentially holding a court. Because you hear it, I don't know.
It's good. Would you please refer to Mr. Stackis of the Honorable Mr. Stackis?
Here comes the judge.
So the food is here.
Yeah, it's in the coffee room.
What type of break would you like to take? That way we can get Tanya and Victoria.
I'm ready to meet now when it's here.
Yeah.
Since it's getting cold.
No, I'm saying, when do you want to resume so I can tell Tanya when to come?
Oh,
Want to resume at 12, 12:15, or?
12:15, I think we have enough time for that.
Oh, I'm good with whatever.
Works
I
for
can
me.
shovel it in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't care. Whatever you guys choose.
Courthouse. Because we don't know what they're doing.
Do we need to flip the red switch?
Because you heard.
increase in 1 year, where historically, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, but I think from 23 to 24, we decreased the budgeted revenue by 50,000. Then we went steady for 2 years, and then we increased it by 10, and now we want to do 70. And I respect Tim and Patrick's opinion, of course, but I just feel uncomfortable with that sort of a jump. And like I said, I do think we'll. So what's the harm, I guess?
So when you look at that bottom of page 8 and you look at the historical income, this Commissioner Skilling's point, 2020 was 509 actual, 21 was 566, then 67. Then it did drop down to 480 and 478. The actuals for 2025 were 509. And those were all based on the old fees. And so now this year we're moving into the newer fees. Plus there is a little bit of an addition to what they call the mansion tax, where there's an additional real estate tax on transactions over $1 million.
So what was our increase to that? What's the new increase rate? It was 10% fee, and we're getting.
What was the rate change?
Yeah. So with the legislative changes, you have to account for our fee increase. So I took the 25 numbers, and it was around 19% increase on document fees, but then there was around a 19% decrease for transfer tax, because we're losing on transfer tax. But it's not a wash because we make more money on recording fees than we do on transfer tax. So in the end, with my math, I'm looking at 9% increase as a projected figure. So if you apply that to the 2025 revenue, it does look like, and if you apply it to the projected figures that we're at already for, to the end of February, then I would say we probably are going to exceed the 500. So that sounded like I supported it. But back to my original statement. I'm conservative.
And just one thing. This group is okay. When you get to the budget committee, Elaine knows all of us. And Elaine is going to say, why don't we forecast 6?
Yeah.
So.
But it's $70,000.
She might be tickled. She might. You're always the belt for all. You're happy for making money. Yeah, expenses are related to wages, and we did have an employee that's taking additional insurance compared to last year, so there's a decrease to the health insurance line as well. Other than that, the only other significant change, and I know we're giving you updates, is the new software system. And with that system comes a $51,000 maintenance fee, where we were used to paying $40,000 to $45,000. So that's increased down. But I did watch the video. We were 13 days in, and people hadn't talked about the building.
We're surviving even to this day. Hopefully it keeps moving forward.
Any questions?
In general, the last municipal budgets I did, the HR person with benefits on budgeting, they pretty much projected family benefits for every employee and put that in there. I notice you're not doing that.
He does that.
I actually like that, but
Unfortunately, we have changes the wrong way during the year. We budget that.
I always brought that up at school board meetings. It's school for many years did the same.
there's a bunch of fluff money in there.
Slush.
Flush, fluff, whatever. Yeah. Well,
Statements.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else you want to add?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Hardly. Other than good. All right, so probate traditionally does a little bit of revenue work, and brings it in anywhere from 90 to 100,000. So she's projected to be over 100,000 this year as last year. So we bumped that forecast up a little bit. Everything else, we made some adjustments to our temporary wages, which is basically what we pay part-time people to come in and help. There hasn't really been the need that we anticipated for that, so we dropped that back a bit. And the legal services budget is up a little bit, and that is, my understanding, that's what we pay out to attorneys that provide services to us. But with that, if you want to give us an update.
Things are pretty steady. We're doing a lot of work with guardianship, conservatorship this year, which will directly reflect the legal services line. Currently, I think we just turned in a bill there that I think brings us up to about $10,000. That's why the increase in that line. We've never done so many guardianships. I've been here for 25, 26 years. This is the most I've ever seen for guardianship in a single year. And I think that has a lot to do with baby boomers and a lot to do with the way things are going with the economy. But overall, staying very steady, very busy. There's going to come a point where we're going to need some one person that's very close to retirement that we didn't hire too long ago, 3 or 4 years ago. But we'll have to start training somebody at some point. But right now, we're good.
Because I'm new for the background, can you explain so I understand? Sure. We went from 24, 200,000 in payroll to 26 was 232, 237. Was that additional people or was that regular wages, 5,100?
24, 26.
Yeah, 24 was 196-ish. And then in 26 it was 232. Now we're at 237. Are those just pay rates or are those more people?
So it's the same amount of people, but the experience changed, and the commissioners did give Victoria a raise last year.
Okay.
That because she is, are you the longest serving in the state? I mean, she's the longest serving registered probate in the state, so they paid her $40 last year. That makes something a bit of a jump. The other years were really just standard pay raises and hiring.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
Any other questions? Sorry. You chill the heads.
Hey.
The stars of the show are up. No, I'm sorry.
The other stuff.
Can only remember.
He was referring to their badges.
I didn't hope they had to check their guns.
At least they're tasting. They're retired. What's Patrick and I are ashamed. I mean, you guys look pretty sharp today. Thanks, sir. Sheriff, if you'd like to come up a little bit closer, or Chief as well.
Probably they don't have that gold that.
We do both. You're your body camera. You're making sure you don't. All right, from the middle of page 10, and the courts is a pass-through expense to provide individual marshals. And overall, this particular account is a 4% increase. Part of that has to do with increase in wages. And what the sheriff has done is he contracts with the state of these services. And he paid his judicial marshals the same pay scale that the state pays their judicial marshals for the years of experience and certification and that sort of thing. So this past year, the state did an update and upgraded pay to reflect the bargaining with their folks. And so that has resulted in wages for our folks. The other thing is, and this is a recurring theme, they've been fully staffed now for over a year. And when I came in 2023, we had one judicial marshal. It was just a struggle to bring time funding. So they've been fully staffed, and that seems to be going well. Also, I should mention that in Victoria's budget, part of the temporary wages she pays to the coverage that's provided by the judicial marshals when probate court is in session and superior court is not in session. So there's a day on Wednesday when there's nobody in session upstairs, but probate is running. Judge Washburn asked us for a marshal at the door, and that has proven to be very helpful and effective, especially when you have wills that are being contested and you have families that are hot. So they provide that service as well. Yeah. So I'll leave it to the sheriff to talk about the status of the current state.
So the contract, our contract with the state has expired, and we went back and forth. We had the county administrator increase conversation, but they wanted us to sign the same contract as we had last year, which would not have, that contract did not specifically include those that pay increase, frankly, because we passed through. I had Kristen build down the actuals, which was, and though we still don't have a contract, they're paying us our actuals that cover these wages.
So we were one of the only two counties that employ our paying people, and the marshal, everybody else utilizes people in the state. And I would say that it probably saves us money to do it this way, and it allows for better communication and cooperation. Sometimes people get their feet stuck in the sand and say, I'm a state employee, I don't do that. And you already have some tensions in the VA's office and the court system here in our building. But we get great cooperation. And the probate coverage is a good example of that. We get great cooperation by having our own folks here.
How does it save us money? So it saves us money and cooperation.
We don't run in the same circles as state as far as paying benefits and that sort of thing.
So would we have to employ someone to do the courts if we contracted with the state? Is there a portion that we would then have to hire someone to do some function?
No, we would just have to pay the state. See, if the state provides the services, we end up paying. So this doesn't cost us more money by using our own.
Right, but if it's passing through, we're not paying the state because they're paying us for our employees. How would that?
I don't want to get into that. I should have gone too far down the road because there's a benefit to having our own. Maybe it doesn't save us as much money as maybe it does, but there are benefits.
No, it does. Well, so we do. You are able to manipulate your own workforce, and there's times like right now, provide security with the probate court. You wouldn't get that with the judicial.
So we'd have to hire.
They don't have a judicial any probate court.
They do strictly the court, and we use them for multiple things in this county.
But we're not paying for that. That's the.
You are correct.
That's the crux of my question. Is they're actually paying for those services for us to utilize?
It provides us greater flexibility with the employees than if it was.
John, Nick, able to do other duties.
Yeah, we usually, the law enforcement officers, we used to go and do these. That's their details, stuff like that. Then we use this deputies, and they are, both of them are certified corrections officers.
Any other questions from folks? If not, the bottom of page 10.
I'm just gonna ask, what are we gonna do with this extra 27 cents here?
You know, Patrick just slide that in there.
See that?
Interest in 27?
You know that fighting around, you know.
I apologize.
So the bottom of page 10 is the beginning of the administration for the SO. It has small amounts of revenue that are generated, about $35,000 in budget this year. So the SO administration and the comm center, in previous years, ARPA funds were applied there as revenue. So those aren't costs. So if you wonder why is there a big jump? We had $370,000 revenue last year. Well, most of that was ARPA. So you flip to page 11, you see the expenses. As far as regular wages, it's a pretty standard 4% increase. To the staff there, employee benefits have been shifted a little bit because we did save some money with health insurance. Employee cost is pretty flat. Supplies, we were able to scale back on some of our supplies for clothing. Utilities, again, that's kind of being driven by electrical costs, increased phone costs, and the other main things that are under services. If you look at line 4420, equipment agreement, that's the license agreement for Exxon. You pay about $100,000 to $2,000 a year for the body cameras out of the ship.
What line is that in?
So almost all the way down under services.
4420?
4420. Yeah. So if you remember last year, we signed up with Exxon and we front loaded it. We had money left over in this line, so we overspent it so that we would maintain a $100,000 payment for the next 4 years. So again, thinking out 5 years, we ought to be adjusting that upwards because to renew is probably going to be at least as much as we paid, if not more.
What was the total contract?
$700,000
For 5 years.
Yeah, and that was split between the jail pays a much smaller portion, but the sheriff's office pays the most. We also did a similar operation with the DA's office because they also use Exxon, and it's beneficial for everybody to be on the same system. And so we front loaded that last year. So that was only $100,000. Just. So overall, your admin budget is less than a 1% increase, about $7,000 increase. Any questions on that?
Liability insurance seems to be going up, and is that just for the jail or is that for the SO?
Oh, this? Yeah, that's just.
5,400.
That's just for the.
That's cars, that's everything, or is that just?
No, that's just liability insurance.
Just
When
liability.
you get down to fleet, I think it's fleet maintenance.
Okay.
And that's the liability insurance that we pay for through the risk pool of MCC. So when we get that large liability insurance bill, it is split between all the departments. Now, obviously, law enforcement get the numbers and the data. Like I said, if you know an insurance data, then it was a better thing. Any other questions? All right, top of page 12 is your detective. And really, this is just wages and benefits. So the increase to wages would include the contracted wage increase that the detectives got with the FOP contract and the addition of one new detective. And so therefore, the increases in employee benefits also include insurance for a new detective. Chair, see.
No, just, it's a detective position we need, just our detectives last year, we did, search warrants alone, 59 search warrants, 42 of them for drug search warrants, and, we arrested 44 people out of that. I can tell you that we could do more drug work if we had the people. We have cases in the queue, because we just don't have the human resources to fit it all in one day.
Any questions for Sheriff on detective?
What is the, so I'm looking at the 533 to 676. There's a wage increase in there. That is what percentage of that?
Yeah, 155,000 of the 199,000 increase is related to new detectives. The rest is related to wage increase.
155 for a new detective. Bringing them, that's car benefits, or is that just
not car?
A new detective is making 155,000 with benefits?
No.
With benefits.
You have to realize they don't work on a.
What level are we bringing them in?
Yeah.
Okay.
The increase is 9,000 to 10,000.
So what's the base pay of a new detective? 100,000? Late wage?
Well, the wage of the checks mid-30s.
Probably 30, I think it's 38.
Yeah, I don't have the.
And just keep, as you understand, you're also dealing with the base wage. We budget a little bit of overtime because these guys have a pretty set schedule. And the on-call, that's new. So if you go to look at line 1640, on-call, you can see we've never had an on-call budget before. Driving that up $29,000. So now every detective will be on call, which is something the sheriff has not had at his disposal for years. We worked this into the contract. There was a cost, obviously, associated with this of $30,000. But now every detective, every week, the sheriff will have, the chief deputy will have a detective respond.
Understood.
So again,
That 30 grand, it's fine.
Yeah.
We'll go.
I just wanted to say, if you were trying to calculate $50,000 for a new detective, it's not like we're paying them 120 grand plus benefits. Part of that is at 50,000. It's split between everybody. So. Okay. Anything else? All right. That's 100, like Patrick said, 199,000. Do that. Patrol budget. Halfway down page 12. Again, your patrol budget is primarily wages and benefits. Overall wage increase, once you factor in new contracted wages, and we made some adjustments to call time. We made some adjustments to training. So the net increase is just about 9%. We did add some funds to overtime. The sheriff has been updating you with this new shift that he's going with. We thought it would be prudent to budget some additional overtime. And then your benefits are about 2% as a result. Thank you. Other thing that's factored into this is you'll see later on the COP SPATS grant. when we started that grant, we had a full deputy in there. As that grant goes down, you have to transfer that deputy from the cost fast back into patrol. So how much is it here?
It's a quarter in cost fast, 3/4.
So 3/4 of the cost of the patrol deputy is now folded into this. And that cost fast will go away next year, right?
What's call time? 1640. You need to find that. I don't know.
On call. That's the $5 they receive for on call. They, being on call 24/7.
But they're not on, right?
So, no, right, so, starting Sunday, this Sunday, the county will be, for the first time, have 24/7 somebody out. So that $5 for call. Now, this is we're going to solidify it Friday, but I just signed an MOA with the union to, for a trial period. This trial period is for 6 months. So,
Not a whole budget cycle.
not a whole budget cycle.
Which is why we reduced on call.
But there's a potential that we could use that later in the year.
That's right.
If they go away from it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this works. I think coverage-wise, it'll be the first time that we go 24/7 proactive coverage versus a period of time that we're active coverage. And we'll study.
But that 30 could come back in. Because
Potentially.
we're not using the on.
Right, right. What's interesting in this cycle here, I don't want to overcommit and then not have, if we do go back, because we'll have to fall back under the old union contract.
At the top of page 13 is the net change for the patrol of $189. So the next one there is item 1458, which is fleet maintenance, which is where we set aside funding for includes gas, vehicle repairs, vehicle insurance. One of the things that you'll notice is that in vehicle repair and maintenance, we budgeted $40,000 last year. We've already spent $36,000 this year, and so we tried to increase that to $50,400. And so immediately you'll say, we have much newer fleet. Why are we spending more? This is where the higher deductibles go. When we hit a beer, we used to pay through the risk pool a $1,500 or $1,000. Now it's $25,000. So we hit 10 year, and there's $25,000. That's that.
How many years did we hit?
We hit
a lot.
We had one vehicle total this year. We hit, I think, we had 5 or 6 deer strikes. Well, I put brush guards.
We're attracted to the lights.
No, I put brush guards on the vehicle, and it's reduced our damage quite a bit. But rural man, they want to commit suicide there in front of me. They're in this truck all the time.
Where do you, because I just don't know, where do you account for saving for next vehicle?
Yep, it's going right there. So again, 8240, right there near the bottom is your transfer out. So this is the money that the sheriff and I agree on how much we need to put towards new vehicles. So historically, we'll go back in the early 2020s, we were putting aside $300,000 or $200,000 in 247, 276. And then we started to run into the issues of supply chain, and we just couldn't get them. And so we had to really ramp this up. So you see why put aside 500,000, then 500,000, then 701,000, then last year 500,000, in order to be able to get this fleet caught up to date. So now you'll see that we drop that back to 261,000, a value which is akin to what we used to put aside for it. That allows the sheriff to use what's already in those reserve accounts right now, which right now he has about $700,000 in the reserve accounts. So we're adding about 260,000 to that. So give him close to.
We still have 2 vehicles to buy out of this year's budget.
Right.
So that will take that down. But we'll use what we have put aside from last year into this year.
I don't see 100% spent in 26 on this. 500.
This is funds set aside for capital. So at the beginning of the year, I just moved it to the capital.
Right. So the transfer right out of there, regardless of how many vehicles
You approve that for capital, I'm moving funds straight into capital.
Okay.
So in
That's another line.
your pile of pages, you get this from Patrick just about every week.
Yep.
And so once you figure out where it is, you can look to see what the this Patrick provides it as well, which is kind of more detail of what some of these capital costs will be spent on. It's not just buying a vehicle. Obviously, it's getting that vehicle lettered, it's getting that vehicle equipped, swapping with the light set, all that stuff. So if I remember our conversations right, by adding this $260,000 and what you already have in the bank, it should put you in a position to buy 6 vehicles in the next
Yeah, so
year.
we have identified 6 vehicles that we need. Using what we have left over from this and what we're raising, the bigger issue is the following FY year. If we still continue with, because you have to replace, because we can get 3 years out of a patrol vehicle, 5 years out of a detective vehicle. We won't have much capital, but for this year, we can reduce that amount that we're asking for.
We looked at a fleet management system where leasing.
We did. We spent quite a bit of time in the last year because Arusa and Knox, whoever the other one was, they both signed up with Enterprise. And Enterprise will favors to tell you if you got to pay a bill. And so the benefit that I thought from Enterprise, we wouldn't save money on vehicles. It would cost us. The benefit would be taking a lot of this off of the chief's plate. So that's why I went as far as I did with the Enterprise people. And leasing is when you're leasing.
You buy a car, right?
Right, but same thing with the police cruiser. You're not going to be able to get a deal by leasing it. But they would manage your mileage, your maintenance, and the turnaround, right? And right now, all that's on the chief's plate. And so that was the benefit.
But it also fixes a cost, at least for those terms of your lease. So you're, again, going back to our conversation yesterday, the 5.23 steady over 5 years, we know that that's a fixed cost, and we're not messing with that number over the terms of those leases. And it may not be a Chevy vehicle. It might be through Ford leasing, their police program, or some other police program, but we have a fleet of 33 vehicles now. That's not a small fleet.
The big issue with them, they were going to turn the vehicles over either 80,000 miles.
Yep.
They weren't going to give us the equivalent in trade-in for that last mileage compared to what we was getting.
Right.
So that whole vehicle turnover was going to cost us a lot of money. With this, we bring it closer to the 100,000.
We go over.
And the amount of money that we get into the trade-in is a bigger ratio than what Enterprise is going to.
3 spares that we have right
The
now.
whole turnover cost.
So the turnover would be more often, which of course would be, we've got to switch lights over more often and all that sort of stuff. Would that increase cost as well?
So
but
that was like the trade value was
On top, right?
if I was to make a deal with Enterprise, to Patrick's point, that's what I would drill down, is on getting a guaranteed trade value. Because to them, it's advantageous to swap you out at 75,000 miles. is they're going to get X amount of dollars more when they sell it at auction. And so we try to manage it. Of course, we were forced into this with supply chain, and we had 140,000 miles on some of our vehicles. Ideally, if we could swap them out at 3 years, 100,000 miles for patrol, we'll get a little bit more in trade. And at the end of the day, I mean, I think the sheriff looked at all the details that we provided him for. At the end of the day, he was just, he felt as active that he could work a better deal without a fleet management system.
Well, with Ford, you're paying 100% of the car. You get nothing. You lease the car, if it's 50 grand, you pay the 50 grand over 3 years. You get nothing. You turn it back in, you get a new car. But you've managed that 50,000 and there's no maintenance and there's no fees for the entire life of that car. So that your price is consistent. So
you still have to pay the maintenance, and you still have to pay repairs.
Not with Enterprise, not through the Ford fleet. This is through the governmental Ford fleet management system, which is a different leasing program. And you pay 100% of the car, you get nothing. You turn it in, you get nothing. You get a new car, and you pay for it. It's spreading your payment over that car over the life of that lease is all they're doing, but they're holding that price constant to not have these fluctuations in your transportation line or your whatever car line, whatever you want to call it, capital line, to not have 200 to 500 to 700 to 500 to 200. It's level.
When we got the 5-year quote from Enterprise, first year it was 600, the next year it was 800, then it was 300, then it was, I mean,
and I
didn't seem advantageous.
Well, I guess I would suggest is there's other vendors out there that are offering these municipal lease fleets, not Enterprises. I mean, a company I'm well versed in because we use them a lot. We partly own them. And so
but if you look at fixed cost, you have to, the last 5 years has been a mess.
Yeah.
Going forward, you're going to see consistent 800,000 or more requirements because you're going to have to require the turnover of roughly 8 to 9 vehicles. You got what, 32? Or 33. So you divide that by 3, it's going to be constant. So you're not going to see this all the time. From this point forward, I can almost guarantee it, it's going to be a constant, unfortunately, big number. But it's going to be less than what you can do through a fleet management system.
I'll accept what you're saying.
Patrick just gave a plastic glass half empty and glass half full. That's full. So, I mean, realistically, one of the things we wanted to do in this subject, and again, I understand your concern about fluctuation and having fixed costs. We wanted to be able to offset some of our increases by saving money. I think give the share the next one.
We had 2 vehicles. We added it was 3. So this is 100,000.
I knew I gave him. It was one extra than I originally wanted. So the net result of that is a 34% decrease in 252,000 less. So
I don't want to dismiss this out of hand, but the enterprise thing we weren't going to be saving any money. But you're saying Ford, and we would need something that would, do they have something equivalent to the Ford Explorer does not work. It's a platform, but the platform is not, doesn't work well, our costs were high, didn't hold up well. Do they have something equivalent? No?
I don't know the details of the vehicles they're leasing in a lease package.
I mean, I'm not adverse to reaching out and talking to them after this budget process is over for future years. But
I mean, we'd have to be more flexible in this. I mean, we have 33 police vehicles in Somerset County. That's a huge fleet. I understand. I'll we're good.
All right, any other questions on the fleet? So the next one down is 1559, the equipment. they're similar to it's where firearms, the equipment repair and maintenance. So, other than firearms and equipment supply, really pretty standard and about a 3% decrease. We went from 42.8 to 41.5.
Right or wrong, the bottom line was trained out. That's a nice piece of equipment.
We had a dog that retired.
So we don't need to put up to
No, no. Well, we have our
The staff would bring it. Representative.
Any questions or comments on this one? All right, seeing none on page 13, still at the bottom here, the civil division. Civil division does take some revenue in. Some years it's some years are better than others. So we budgeted $164,000 last year, and in our discussions, we're going to keep that the same at $164,000 as far as revenue coming in. The wages in this are primarily for the one administration staff person that we have, and then the temporary wages are for those civil deputies that actually do the work, issuing the papers and so forth. So 2.6% increase in wages, a 2.9% decrease in benefits. Keeps this budget relatively flat. The overall, the overall increase is $1,400. Plus the 5%. You want to speak to the civil sheriff or chief?
We serve the papers over and we do fluctuate.
Any questions or comments on civil? Page 14, item 1461 is the Madison contract that we have. This is going into its 11th year. And what we've adjusted for Madison, we used to have everything kind of broken down. So the initial wage and benefit is for the one person that mans the office over in Madison, Sharon. She's
32 hours.
32-hour week employee, dispatch, and basically response. So if someone were to walk into the office, at least there'd be somebody there. Madison itself has had arguments, as you know, whether or not they want to continue, whether or not they want to try to create their own police department again, whether or not they want to continue with this person. And at the end of the day, this is revenue that comes into the sheriff, and the sheriff guarantees coverage, and starting in a couple of weeks, we'll be guaranteeing 24-hour coverage.
Somebody else, 24 hours.
That's always been an issue with some folks in Madison. So what Patrick does is he combines the costs of those shift coverages, and that's in the top of item 4550, law enforcement services. And you can see that's $473,000 out of the $572,000 for the total costs. So I have talked to town manager over in Madison, where last year the contract was $565. It's about a 1.5% increase to $572 this year. So that's what they're going to move forward with in their budget. All right, no questions on that. The next one is the UT portion. So this is an increase in the tax rate, but as you remember in the UT budget discussion, this is an increase because we added a patrol person. So when you look at the revenues to cover the cost, you'll see that we're forecasting $452,000 that comes from the UT budget. Then right below that is $93,794. That comes from UT reserves. So the total cost coming from the UT is 546, and then with the wages and other miscellaneous items, the cost is 546.
Patrick, what is the total revenue brought in on the UT budget? What's our government
I just talking about here.
UT? For this 452 is what percent of the total line coming in from the UT budget line? Because when we say pass through, it's coming out of the revenue that we get for the UTs.
Separate revenue and paid directly from the state.
We talked about this.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about
it's part of the UT, but there's two different components when it comes to the general fund budget. You have this direct cost that's coming out of the UT budget.
Yep.
But then you have 13.4 or 13.5 of our total budget that they position. That 452 is not part of that number. That number is only included in the day's budget. So you would have to take that 452 and add it to the roughly
1.2, I thought.
2 million. Yeah, 2 million. So it would be 2.5 million of our total budget. But that's $450,000. No real impact on the general fund.
That's that third component that they're getting on their tax bill, right?
Just UT.
Yep. But that third deputy that we brought in, and I want to be correct, and I don't know that I am, so I'm stating it as a question, but I'm stating it as a fact, but it's a question, in fact, is that $2 million that we're getting from the UT, are we taking money from that to fund? No. We're sending it straight to their tax line. Thank you. Okay, good. That's different than I interpreted from our last conversation. So that straightens it out. Thank you.
So the UT budget takes us halfway through page 16. Any other questions on the UT budget? So the middle of page 16 is 1465, the top facts that we alluded to earlier. So you can see that we budgeted revenue from that grant of $100,000 for the current budget, and that is being spent. And so, because now we've moved 3/4 of this position into patrol, it leaves us $20,000 in revenue, and for this position, $57,000 in total costs. So there is a net of $37,000 that you're paying for the last quarter of this position. And if I'm correct, Patrick, by next year, all of this will be gone and it'll all be in correct.
I don't know if there's any more.
I haven't applied for any more cops.
Is there a commitment past year to keep this person if we?
Yes.
There is. We signed it.
And you do that.
How long do we have to keep that position for? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to cut it, but.
That's a good question. I don't know. I know that you're obligated to keep that person. And if you cut positions, you not necessarily have to cut the cop back position. You can cut from another position line. If that was your appetite.
I'm just wondering what that would put us out to, like how.
I think, don't hold me to this, I'm not 100% sure. I thought it was like 3 years and had to hold that person.
After
I'm not swearing to that.
The thought behind the grant is if you're going down for cost factor, the assumption that you're going to get this general.
I understand.
Helps you bridge those two areas.
I understand.
Any other questions about comp? All right, the last segment in the sheriff's budget is 1566 food social options. This is really something that's been developed over the last couple of years. town scout, you can reach out for coverage.
Not the town scout, that
That thing. Sorry. Reached out for coverage in their non-Skowhegan schools. So the sheriff started there. The town of Madison expressed interest for several years. And so we have a situation now where we are funding a full-time person in Madison and a part-time person in MSAD 54 in Canaan and Norfolk.
Yeah, he spends the majority of his time, spends some time in Canaan, but I meet with the superintendent on not a regular basis, but occasionally, and on what they thought they were going to keep that Canaan school open, well, this is what I'm being told. A lot of parents move their kids to Skowhegan, so the population in Canaan has gone down. Norwalk's population is going up. We have the one position, so the deputy spends the majority of his time in Norwalk. He does stop by Canaan, I think once a week, but most of his time is done in Norwalk.
I'm not seeing a revenue line from Skowhegan.
So your revenue line is 185. SRO, right there at the top, it's a 251 local contract.
The contract actually with SAD 54 is roughly around 85, 86,000. And SAD 54.
And Madison pays in 100,000.
Yeah. It's, and we're in a fortunate situation with the individual that we have now to pay actuals. When he works, he gets paid. When he doesn't work, he doesn't get paid.
So is the 85 from SED 54 covering your cost?
Yes.
The person that is doing doesn't have that.
And the 100 is covering your match. You're comfortable with that your revenue lines are covering your expense lines
Yes.
in your school resource?
So this is a question that came up in the budget committee last year, because if you look at the net cost is 205,000, we're taking in 185, so there is a $20,000 cost that's being absorbed by the county taxpayer. The way that the budget committee worked through that last year was the SRO in Madison will also do extra things throughout the county. Because he's trained to go in and offer services to other school districts, that kind of justifies that work outside of that.
In case in point, we had a real juvenile problem in Bingham. He went up and spent 8 weeks a day in the Bingham schools teaching. He has a curriculum that he teaches. Why try? I believe it's called, or something like that. But to juveniles to be better people in the community. He goes to Caravat quite often and does some resource stuff there.
And is any of this grant? At one point, some of this was grant, correct? You were subsidizing.
We had originally tried to utilize OPSPAC's funds to provide the SROs, and that didn't pan out. So now it is paid for by the school.
We had, so there was a statewide situation where someone was calling down threats to all schools or sewer. And so we sent him to Athens because Athens was quite concerned. We had a juvenile in Athens that was extremely volatile. Staff was really nervous. We sent him there that day. Though he spends the majority of his time in Madison, he does spend some time in these other schools.
Any other questions for? Yeah. Well, that will bring me to the end of the sheriff's segment. Now, just refer back to that original sheet when you take a look at actual expenditures. So once you take into the cost of adding a detective and that being offset by lower capital, It's the entire sheriff's budget is up 1%. So up $72,000, and I think that's very responsible.
And not that we just selling your contract.
Yeah. Still haven't set up a teacher's contract. Okay, we're ready to get into corrections. You made major. You can leave.
Can you, the 1% line that you're saying?
Yeah.
I just don't, I might be on the wrong line. I just want to see.
And this is something I've asked back before a lot because you can't calculate. That's why I asked them to do this sheet, which shows you the department expenditures. So this sheet will show you that countywide we have a $25 million budget of expense. We have revenue, so $10 million. So if you follow the sheriff's department budget across, you'll see it was 6.8 million last year, 6.9 million this year.
Thank you.
So.
As we move into this corrections budget, I just want to make you aware of some legislative things. Statewide, I've explained this to you before, there's $20.2 million. That $20.2 million, which was came out in 2022, the governor has flat funded county jail. That now represents 14%. We testified in front of appropriations along with the county commissioners and other sheriffs, and it went back to criminal justice. They one time, and I think it's because Mills is on her way out. They have said to the criminal justice has come out and said we're going to give. We believe that county jail should bring it up to $28 million, which would be closer to the 20%. Which, if that comes to fruition, that will have an impact on our revenue in for the jail. Just so you know, if that makes sense.
So that filters down Somerset. It sounds like $1 million, under $28 million. It filters down Somerset about $200 million. So that would raise $200,000 more than the $1 million state. I think this is important as you're talking with other folks and constituents because Michelle Llewellyn came to a meeting Katie Fogg hosted at the jail a year or so ago. And when I said that the state funds 10% of our budget, it may be 15%, across the board around the state. But when you look at our budget, we have a $12 million budget. The state funds $1.2 million. They fund 10% of our budget, and most of the people in the room had no idea. They thought the state funded 55%, but like they say they do in schools. So people don't realize that the state dictates everything that the jail does, but they only write 10% of the money.
Well, I think because of the good job that our county administrator did and the jail standard council, what was going to be proposed was not only that $8 million to bring us up to 20%, but also following years an automatic escalator. Again, all that's put on the sideline. What's coming out of criminal justice right now is the $8 million. But the point is, a foundation has been laid. They don't disagree with the argument. It's really what they want to fund.
So while we're on that topic, if you're looking at the bottom of page 18, and there's a lot of revenue sources for corrections, and so this can kind of get confusing. But I just want to draw your attention to just what the sheriff was talking about. So if you go down to line 516, that is the state operations fund. If you carry that over, last year we budgeted $840,000. This year we dropped that down to $700,000, anticipating that we won't get that extra money from the state. If we do, that's great. It's another $140,000. That money from the state is split between 516 and all the way to the bottom, 525. Because the state requires us to spend 30% of the money that they give us on community corrections, which is ankle bracelets and helping people as they get out, and so they don't, an alternative to being in jail.
It's program, everything in
Programming. So we split up the money we're getting. $700,000 is budgeted from the state operations fund, and then $300,000, which is the $1 million that we get from the state. Last year we got 1.2 million. So we're hoping at least to be able to maintain that 1.2 million. So okay.
But we're going to be able to put 140 in the 7 and 60 in the 300. Because we're going to divide that 70.
I'm saying best case scenario with this legislation passed is only going to get 200,000.
But we're going to have to divide. We can't offset.
Well, it is.
We can't cut services, meaning programs,
30%
to try to mitigate expenses.
Right.
Which is
because everything in this budget is required by the state.
That was my.
What do you want to call it? Shell game? You want to call it a smoke screen? Smoking mirror. All right. So in the past, we have taken money from the jail's fund balance and used it to offset any lack of revenue. And keep in mind that the jail has the fund balance that is separate from the general fund. So when Patrick says we're going to bring forward money from fund balance, he's talking about every year for the last umpteen years we've put money from the jail fund balance into the balance of budget. This year we're not doing that because we don't have to, because our anticipated revenues exceed our expenses. So really your first revenue comes down to the fourth line with boarding of federal agents, or boarding of federal inmates, number 502. So we had budgeted 1.7 million. We're probably not going to hit that this year. So we had scaled that back by 250,000. So we're now forecasting federal inmates to be at $1.47 million.
Isn't that generous based on your statistics so far this year?
So last year we budgeted for 35. We're running around 29 or 30. So we went with 30 this year. We've been able to this year we've been able to offset that with the ICE detainees because I billed. Here's the deal. There's a bill in the legislature right now. It was put forth by Ross Powell that that we could take no ICE. There's been a lot of conversation in the last. I've been in several meetings in the last couple of days, back and forth. She would be satisfied if we would only take people that have criminal charges, right? Versus right now, we're taking them, if ICE wants to detain them, we're holding them. We don't hold them very long, 1 or 2 days, and they're gone until they can find them and ship them out. But if this law gets passed, we've been able to offset because we budgeted for 35. We've been able to offset that cost with the ICE detainees. I brought that number down to 30 this year because that's a more realistic number.
Is the ICE detainee a different line, or is that one?
No,
it goes in that way.
It goes into that revenue line. And I charge them, no matter if they're there for 5 minutes. If they just go through the booking process, I charge them a day's wage. And they've been paying it. The problem is, if Talbot's Ross bill goes through, that's why it's important to come to more of a realistic number for the federal inmates, because it's going to have a fiscal impact on Somerset County.
But and that was my point. Is we're at 53.76%, yet we're 9 months into our budget. Am I correct with that?
8 months.
8 months. So if you run this out 4 more months, you're only at 75% of your mark. Give or take. I'm doing some really quick math here.
That's why you have this on.
All right, well, go ahead. Get prepared.
I think if you annualize that out, you'll come around 1 point, which is what he's got. 1 point.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to do it in my head, but that was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm really concerned about this. It looks like it's going to get passed.
And well, so that 1.4 then, does that become 1?
No. Well, that's why I budgeted for 30 instead of 35, because I won't have revenue to make up that hole. And I don't, yeah, potential. I don't want to put us in a bad place.
Thank you. I agree. Yeah.
Thank you. And what do you perceive that number being if it gets signed into law?
So I met with the major this morning over that, because we had a meeting last night, the Maine sheriffs, about what's going on. And about 90% of our detainees here that they've brought us so far have been people's visa. They've not reported for the visa. They're here illegally. But the federal government looks at that as a administrative action instead of a criminal action. And so what Talbert's trying to do is saying, I wouldn't take a code violation. If someone strikes somebody for a code violation, I wouldn't take them into jail.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you taking other civil matters into the court? But I don't completely 100% subscribe to that, but I understand what they're saying. So I think it's a little different, but that is what it is. But so we've gotten probably close to about 250, right around 250 ICE detainees since this is all began. So 90% of that would go away. Would go away.
And so, again, I think we're on the same page for clarity.
No.
That 30 that you said you budgeted is...
Those are pre-trial federal inmates, which is different than ICE, because ICE is, I'm just adding that into my... ICE, yeah, I mean, putting that into my revenue line to try to fill that hole of what we had budgeted for last year.
No budget.
Right. We don't budget for the detainee because you can't, because some days you get 2, a week you do a week without any, then they'll do something and we'll get 5 or 8.
Yeah. So what's a rough dollar figure of 90% of the 250? If that
goes 135.
It's 135.
So it's 135 as soon as I get booked in. I'm charging 135. 135 times 250. Take 90% of that, and that's your revenue loss.
Gotcha. 135 a day. That's
all right.
That's if you only keep it 1 day.
Yeah, I mean, every day, I mean, they book in on that. To the chief's point, if I have them for 2 days and sometimes we've kept them for 3, it's still 135, and they take it. But that's the rough number of loss that we figure by us, by not accepting ICE. But I thought, as we work through this budget, that we've got to come up with what are our actuals now. That's what we should budget for.
Yeah, I guess my suggestion would be is we don't budget, and I think we're on the same page. We don't budget at all for ICE.
No.
We just budget our federal 30 that we have and we're going to have, and if we get ICE, it helps us on the backside.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm good with that.
To fill the hole this year, I don't want to give myself that liability, open liability next year.
Yeah, fine.
So several other lines below this are smaller revenues. I want to draw your attention to 513, which is the recovery of medical expenses. This is the line where we take in revenue from other counties that are boarding with us if they have medical expenses. For years, this has been a rather small line, but then we started offering Subrogate to inmates from other jails. And so far, all the agreements the sheriff has made, including the contract with Waldo, they will pay us for that Subrogate treatment. So Lisa fills them out. They pay because of the Waldo contract. Last night, the meeting I was in, we had 17 inmates from Waldo that were taking Subrogate. So almost half of our Waldo inmates are using this treatment, which is a very good but also very expensive treatment. So this $379,000 figure there It is revenue that we're anticipating to get from charging other counties for subbing. So keep that in mind when we get to the expenses, because there will be a $380,000 expense for giving those subbing checks. The next line is 515, which is the tax cap. With the increased revenues, we are forecasting a $100,000 decrease in the tax cap. I'll let the commissioners and the budget committee decide, what they want to do with that.
Tim, can I ask a medical question quickly? I just need to understand this better. Not complicated. You have a person in prison. He's just there for 6 months, 7 months. He has a heart attack. He's going to go have a bypass surgery in Maine or wherever they do that. The $1.8 million that we pay Sally doesn't cover all of those medical.
It does. I mean, she's so Sally. We do alternative healthcare. That 1.8 takes care of our mental health, our substance abuse, and all our medical costs. I have, the major and I have a frequent conversation with Sally because it's not an anomaly that we have an inmate that has really high anticipated medical costs. We will talk about how can we work the system so we don't absorb, because I'm always worried about that 1.8 is so
I can't get in my mind how 1.8 can cover 165 people in that prison with potential.
Trying too much trouble. I mean, that's
But we're the only town that she has a contract. She absorbs the outside expenses.
We're the only county.
Yeah, the other counties, what they do is they absorb as far as.
So they buy a policy.
So they must have a separate policy.
Correct. Yeah.
And so this is my question.
So, yeah.
How long's our contract? And when is Sally going to change that? Because
We just entered into the
Perfect.
first year this year.
and how long is it? Say 10. Shucks.
And so, and it does all three things obligated to do.
Yep.
And so we're, again, not an anomaly. We're frequently, the major and I are talking when we get, and we, because of their lifestyles, we get very needy people when they get to the jail.
Yeah.
We just went through the board of visitors who think that we should be providing dental care for inmates, but that's another story that we went through. But and we do take care of emergencies, but we work at trying to navigate the system to have an alternative placement for that person, so that because I'm always worried that 1.8. If I put a lot of push on that, of course she's going to raise her costs. So
Yeah, I was going to say, can we screen the Waldo County guys coming in? Because you don't want the sick ones.
well, Waldo will take care of all their own issues. If there's a major problem, Waldo, they'll take care of it. It's my understanding.
That's $100.
Over $100. Waldo takes care of it.
That's part of the contract, because they too have to have a policy.
With Sally.
Not with Sally, but with someone. Sally covers about 7 jails
Out of the 15.
of the 15. So Cumberland County just got hosed. They were with Armor Health, and they were paying $3.8 million a year for medical coverage for inmates. Okay, for inmates. But Armor Health walked away. So we're not going to do the same.
Yeah.
And so then they're out to RFPs, they're trying to scrambling to get somebody.
So we're very, I feel very fortunate, though that 1.8 is hard to swallow.
Yep.
It's a lot better than.
Write that checkbook enough.
And again, we work with Sally very closely so that we don't have her, sometimes we get stuck, but
Try to help.
try to help her out.
Yeah.
As much as we can using the court and other placement places.
Yeah.
We use our not a lot of times. We use our ankle bracelet program to get them on the outside, because once they're on the outside, Maine care or whatever, because once you get Once you get booked, right, and you're in the system, your main care gets suspended. So that
Once you get out,
your main care is activated again.
there is a way. Do we need to increase the income baseline? Thank you for the clarification.
All right, the other one's 518, where you'll find a reflection of the Waldo boarding other counties. So in the current budget, right now, we budgeted $1 million, and that's, we're almost ready to exceed that, but that's primarily because Waldo has already prepaid their first quarter of this year. And so, but even without Waldo, we'd be on track to meet that. Other counties that we board, which includes Oxford. Yeah. So with the new contract, we've raised that amount for this budget to $2,091,000. And again, it's just like everything else that we try. We try to change healthcare companies to save money for the county. So far, it's going well. We've done this contract with Waldo. So far, it's going well.
And each year, that figure, that the contract that we did with Waldo, it's for 5 years. I told them I didn't want a 6-month deal. I wanted something that we could count on for future budgeting. The county administrator was very helpful in all of this. And I said, and costs don't stay static. So the only way I'll enter into this contract with you is that that we have a percentage increase every year. And I believe it's 5% every year for the 5 years of revenue in.
That was Mr. Glass half empty over there to make sure you get 5%.
Yeah, so, and it is for 40 beds, and only recently have they hit 40 beds. Usually it's been 35, 33, but they still are obligated to pay for 40, which they do pay for us.
So they're paid through March. Yeah. So you're preparing the invoice this month, right?
I prepared one every month,
There you go.
and they get it every month.
There you go.
I did not want to not pay that. I think that should be able to go not. Which is good for us.
Okay, that gives you the revenues, and that revenue total that's on the top of that page. They got $11,907,734.
So, we have $1 million increase in boarding for FY27. But we're only showing a $200,000 increase because we lost boarders, correct? So we're losing revenue somewhere.
Right,
We're not using any.
we're not using any of our fund balance. Last year's revenue had $670,000 in fund balance, which we're not going to use this year.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
And we're not raising the cap. Right? So here's the important thing. The law says we can raise our cap to 4%. I think that's the legislature's way of not paying their fair share. And how these other counties have been getting in trouble is they have not, they're not paying for the cap, but they've been using their undesignated fund balance to fill that hole. Now, that's not unlimited money, as you all know, and that's how these counties are in trouble. It's really about the funding that the state has given the counties, and county commissioners trying to play well to fill that hole, keep taxes down. They've gotten themselves in a jam. We're very fortunate. We have a forecaster, and we, in our conversations here, we wanted not to raise our cap, even though legally we can.
And for the first time, I can see, to give you back props, last time, on the Waldo thing.
You did?
I can see.
Must have missed
Not
one.
the other.
I can see you're making it very hard to publicly acknowledge this. So first up, I can see we're not taking our fund balance, which you did take last year, which I didn't have those numbers.
Yeah.
I can see where that revenue would offset those variable costs that Patrick refers to. I still believe I have an argument on the we're collecting half of what it costs us. I know we can't. I wish we could.
Me too.
But I understand better with a clearer picture how that offsets some of those variable costs. And I'll only say that this one time, especially with your preface.
So noted.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna play that one back.
You probably make a meeting.
Somebody pull YouTube, put that.
Uh,
Still don't like it, but I'll take it.
All right, so page 19 brings you to the expenses. But I'll point out two very general things. If you look at the first two segments, wages and benefits. So it's a very small increase, 1.9% increase to wages, 4.6% increase to benefits. But when you take those two categories together, of our $12 million budget, $7 million of it is wages and benefits. And so these wages and benefits reflect all 67 positions in the jail. So when we talk about being fully staffed, and we are fully staffed, we're not fully staffed.
We're down below.
We're too short. So we've got 65 out of the 67 positions still at the moment. And then, of course, you still have people that might be out on various conditions and so forth. Okay. But that $7 million number is the number to watch, right? Because we can watch that 67, 65, 70 all we want, but this is the number that we have to stay within. One of the reasons we were able to mitigate the overall increases were we cut back on what we budget for overtime because being close to fully staffed, we're not spending that. We cut down on what we budgeted for reserves or call-in reserves to fill shifts because we're not spending that. And we reduced a little bit of what we pay for night differential because we're not paying that. So that was able to mitigate. We also had some savings in workers' comp. Yeah.
Workers' comp went down as well, so not doing.
Yeah. But because of the number of employees, this is where the workers' comp increase shows up. So, are there any questions on wages or benefits? The next section is employee costs, which is travel and meals and lodging. And there was a lot of things that the major had signed up to participate in that had either been concluded or moved on. So we were able to adjust down some of those figures. Our training, we had ramped up our training because of a lot of the new people, so we were able to scale the training a little bit as we've been closer to fully staffed. Supplies. That's where it's at. So that was pretty much status quo until we get to the top of page 20. So medical supplies, number 3685. Medical supplies is the subject aid that we offer to inmates of other. So that is offset by the 380 revenue, 380 expense for subject aid.
And where's our subsidy money coming from again? Is the program?
Well, so it comes from several revenue, right? It comes from grants. We've been doing it from the county subsidy. Settlement, we're getting some money there. But those are two main, and also from other counties that we've made contracts with. That's where that revenue comes from.
We'll get that up again. There'll be a chance. We should have a sheet like that. That breaks down the grants, the opioid.
Every time I ask a question, there's a separate freaking sheet.
Oh, yeah. I looked at that sheet for 6 months, and I still can't figure it out. How much money we have?
All right. Thank you, Patrick, for another sheet.
Well, we take care of it, sure.
Well, it's got the pink box right in the middle.
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
So the other thing that's always a significant cost is food. I'll just bring that to your attention. We have it's the top of page 20. Item 3670 is your food supply. If you take a look at your warrants, we spend 20 grand a week, seems like, on these people. But to the sheriff's credit, he has a very good staff, and the staff that orders this food, they go high and low to make sure they're getting a good deal. We may be on the high end because of the number of our inmates, but you talk with Two Bridges or some of the other places that have a contracted food service, they're paying way more and the food sucks. So
we were able to get off the line hamburger at it was unbelievable. A year,
$3.
it was like $3 a pound, and we were able to buy it for a year and a half that we had supply for that. So, and our meals aren't random meals; they have to be approved by a nutritionist. You just can't throw something together. They require that a nutritionist looks over your diet and have to have so many calories and so many whatever.
Where's the employee from here? Are they just part of that 67, or how do we find? Like, that's a paid chef, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, my cook is our head cook.
Okay. And so, is he in these lines, or is he in wages? Just wages.
If you look at under the wages, the line 1200.
Yep.
Cooked.
Okay.
That's the cost of the staff.
Staff. Okay.
So there always has to be a cook there. If that's what we call them, the chef, or whatever. I'm not saying anything. What's that? Food service. Third service. But we use inmates to cook. Actually, do the cooking. He oversees all that, prepares the menus, and he's continuously. We are fortunate to have him because he's continuously looking to find to do it. He's just not buying from one vendor.
How did you get a deal during the egg shortage? Because you eat 110 eggs a year.
He gets vendors to beat.
He actually gets. I've asked him that. So, he gets two or three vendors actually fighting with each other, and he takes advantage of who can give us the best price.
Capitalism.
So for food, we're paying about 500,000. When you figure labor and food, like a little over almost 600,000. In
that labor,
600 now.
Three full time.
That's actually that's feeding 165 people a day, 365.
We also feed staff too. So all the staff. That's
all right.
Now we're up to 250. Let's do boiled eggs for sure.
I'm not that.
Under utilities, this is where you'll see the reflection in electricity factor is forecasted 14% increase. That's $245,000 just to keep lights on. Heating fuels was kind of a wash. Water, sewer, and telephone. Our water is provided through the Anson-Madison Water District, and everybody in the Anson-Madison Water District got a shock. So, yes. Which
your water is paid?
Huh?
The water is coming from Matt?
Yeah, you have to drive by the jail, you see the little hut that says Anson-Madison Water District right across the street.
They ran a pipe all the way out there for that? Does it feed the houses out there, does it?
No, I think it's just dedicated to the jail.
Might be the nursing home too down.
Yeah.
Have you looked into the natural gas? Is there any
pipeline doesn't right?
Well, it's coming to Hanover. I don't know if it'd be beneficial.
So the sheriff has some approached us, and they couldn't get anywhere close.
Okay.
But they wanted to make the jail.
Yeah.
I think I would love that. In the wintertime, we use 300 gallons of oil a day. The agreements that Patrick has been able to negotiate, they couldn't touch.
Okay.
With natural gas.
You looked at it,
And
that's all I
again,
once, because they were talking to us before they even were thinking about crossing the bridge.
Right.
Because they were trying to line up an anchor to get to. So now if Hannaford is their anchor, maybe it'll be more advantageous to talk about it.
I personally like to have, as my head chef does, I would like to have whatever would be the cheaper to be able to use.
Right.
Have them compete against each other.
Well, the hospital actually employed someone, call them and say, switch to oil, switch to gas.
We have an engineer guy that could do that, and we have propane, so, it would be worth, I would love to have the option to be able to switch that.
Let's keep that on the burner.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So,
Because we pay a lot of money in fuels.
Yeah.
So far, I learned it all. So far, the icing on the cake. And keep the natural gas on there. Just for the minute.
And we can lower our carbon.
I'm gonna get it. So the next line is services. This is where the medical coverage is at 1.8 million. That was a 3% increase, so we entered into a new contract at 3%. The other large factor here is IT services. That's part of that complicated spreadsheet that Patrick provided. So part of the revenue that IT services takes in is providing these services for the jails. Legal services, we've got that pretty flat. We've been fortunate the last few years to not exceed too much in the world of legal services.
Though there is a tick up. We're getting more and people taking counties, state, for litigation.
Let's see. Repairs and maintenance is pretty flat. Our liability insurance obviously went up. Vehicle insurance went up a little bit. And then all the way down the bottom is the amount that we're transferring out for capital. As I explained at the beginning of the meeting, originally there had been plans to do a major reconstruction of an outdoor recreation area that they had anticipated costing $40,000, but Mike Welch and some chief maintenance person did some good study and found out that they could do this and meet the standards within the existing equipment. So they wouldn't have to knock down walls or do that. So they're going to do it for less than $50,000, close to $400,000. So that was the big driver for reducing capital costs this year. And once again, I know we don't want to go the yo-yo, but a lot of the things that we've paid for over the last couple of years have been covered with like new equipment, new vehicles, new dump truck. All these things have been budgeted for and now are in service. So we can probably breathe a little bit as we build up those accounts.
Sheriff, you made mention in the prior conversation at some point with me that there was potentially a problem on the roof.
Yeah, so on top of the roof, so we have two chillers, and we were having problems with them. The chiller does the air conditioner, and we have 12 air handlers on top. I met with the chief maintenance guy today. We were fortunate to have Bill, and we did it mechanically fine. He has fixed the chiller problem in the past. Prior to him getting there, we weren't really cleaning the it's almost like a refrigerator coils. We were cleaning that really well. He changed out a valve. We really, the problem really came to light one of the hottest days of the year when we were trying to save electricity by going to the generator. The cooler, the two chillers weren't connected. So when this chiller went down, it went down when we turned on the generator. It didn't switch. We didn't have a valve to go to the second. And inside the jail became straight like another. There was a lot of scurrying around. We have since fixed that. Our chillers are really good. I met with Bill this morning prior to the coming year. He believes the cost really be if you have to replace the chiller, but because then you got to get a crane and all of that. He believes that if the time comes, which he doesn't believe any time in the near future, he will replace all the guts of the machine versus replacing the machine, which is a third of the cost of replacing it. The 12 air handlers are the other issue. They're in pretty good shape now. They've been here since 2008. So this week we have an unexpected, and I'm going to talk today at the initial meeting off this study now. We had to replace a panel on our boilers that was worth $48,000. It was an emergency thing that we had to replace. But if your boilers, and I'm talking a little bit through my derriere because I can't nail two boards together, but if we don't get signal that the boiler's down, it doesn't let the other boiler know to fire up, it gets cold, the water goes through the air exchanges on the top. There's no antifreeze in those. They would freeze before anyone would know. It would bust. We'd have $1 million issues. The two big issues on the roof are those air handlers. We should start. There's 12 of them. In my conversation, I said we have to do them all at once. Because if we have to do them all at once, you're talking over 600,000. I said, can you keep them alive and keep them going? And we set up a schedule to do 2 a year. And so I think that's another issue that we need to be looking at in the future, putting that money away so we don't shock the taxpayer to keep, but because it's going to need a need that you're going to have to replace the drive motor, head motor in all those air. The other part is the roof. The roof is a 25-year roof. 2008, do the math. We have patched some of it, and to replace that roof, or fix that roof or replace it, is $1 million. So moving forward into budgets, I would like us to put some money dedicated to do that. I think if we look at that problem now, when the time comes, we'll have the money and not have to go shop with $1 million.
So should we be increasing something here? Like 250,000.
That's your call. I'm telling you the problem. You're the money guy. I don't want you to one day say, well, how did you not know this?
So
I want to plan it.
Right. So right now, if you combine all the jail capital accounts, they have about $850,000 that they have not spent. Okay. So there's 850 there. So we're adding 140. So that's almost $1 million that will be spent. So we haven't depleted all of the
that will be spent for
when situations arise.
Nothing committed, just
right
emergencies.
Right. And so, for example, the sheriff has to replace this $48,000 part ahead of time. That can be taken as a capital expense on that $840,000 that we have right now. I agree, and I think that's one of the reasons I said it's up to you what you want to do with the jail. So we've reduced it by $4,000. If you want to keep it at $6.9 million and take $250,000 instead of $150,000, and just kind of continue to have that. The sheriff makes a good point. If we want to do $300,000 a year to cover the cost of changing out the exchangers and kind of putting aside $200,000 to get maybe $1 million in 5 years. We do it.
Well, we're at $1 million. At least 40 and 100, pretty damn close.
But again, that doesn't take into consideration planning for a roof. If you say plan for $1 million,
right,
then do $200,000 a year for that.
Yeah.
Okay. In the past years, we've averaged a little over 600,000. So that's what I did. I went out on the web and pulled up some study of roughly $30 million jails, how much did you put away when it comes to upkeep? And it was 600,000. So I know we're throwing these small numbers around, but in reality, there's gonna be a point where you're gonna have to step 500,000-600,000 you know, as it gets older.
I concur. That's what I'm trying to.
Well, we're going, I can recommend the majors and our maintenance crew.
Don't get me wrong.
No,
Great job. That's why I did.
we're trying to stay ahead of that curve. It's the money to back that.
Yeah, but I don't want to back off 100,000 if we can keep the 100 in it and keep
But
it more
that's,
secure.
that's not my decision. I'm telling you the problem. I don't want to shock the taxpayer. That's my.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a cost of doing business, but if we know these issues beforehand, right? How can we plan for them?
Yep. And we should plan for it. If we don't plan for them, we're faulting. We're not doing it.
That's yes.
We can get back some cruising.
Maybe we could even do that before.
Kate would give up her.
Earl, the show. I love her.
You can have her.
I can love her out.
We're on paper now. Yeah. So realistically, I appreciate everybody's help and patience today. That's the first draft of it. You will have opportunity at the next meeting, if you want to say, okay, we decided on this, and take into consideration things that we talked about, maybe a little more capital, change the jail cap, what to do with the extension office, those small things. I mean, they're not going to move the ball along much. Ideally, in the past, we'd like to have the second meeting in March where the commissioners say, this is the budget, we're going to send the budget. And then we can try to schedule the budget committee to meet once or twice in April. They like to have a public hearing in May, and we have to have everything in place by early June. So that's our schedule. Anything you want to tackle now, or are you good to wait until the next meeting? I know you're not going to be at the next meeting.
I just want to publicly go on the record and do it in front of them while they're here. I would not support another deputy without some hard numbers. And the reason, and it's not that I'm another detective, pardon me, not deputy, detective. It's that is a reoccurring cost that we're putting on the bottom line for the next 20 years, like the COPS FAST grant, which we end up eating after 4 years, and it just extends out to taxpayers. Equal to that, I would absolutely support putting more money in capital to cover those future expenses. So I'm not going to be here next meeting. I'm going to be somewhere else, so you all can make whatever decision you want. My hard line for me to taxpayers is something that never goes away. I need contracts that you're committing your wages for the next, you set up for life, because so trying to keep them minimal, and new staffing, because with new staffing comes the benefits, comes the vehicles, it's not just the person, it's all those other factors. So unless we can, I commend, we've done a great job. With another detective comes more on the VA side, comes more in the court side, comes more on every side, and yes, it comes more crime, which I understand, but it comes at a cost, and it's not just the detective cost. That's just my 2 cents to the budget. You all will do what you do, but there's my. Just wanted to put it out there. I wanted to do it in front of everyone while they're here. So, and I would absolutely support more money going into the future of taking care of that building.
Does that mean raising the tax cap?
I would not like to raise the tax cap. I would like to keep it. Well, if we go to that 6.9, are we into that 4% cap increase?
No, but 6.9 is flat.
Yeah, 6.9 is flat, so that keeps that cap without being raised. No more commitment. We're staying where we're at. We're not going to.
No, I know.
And I would agree with that, but I just don't. And I apologize. It's not. Again, I love the police. My kid's a cop. It's not that. It just. At some point, we have to be satisfied with the level of service we have versus the expense. That's my. And it's just a personal feeling. I know you might disagree, but
No, it's a hard balance.
It's a hard fact. It's a scale, and I think I think our sheriff does a marvelous job. I think his staff does a marvelous job. Are we capturing exponentially more with that one person, or are we burdening the taxpayers to the tune of about $500,000 when you figure out your DA costs, your detective costs, your car costs, all those?
So what's the cost on the other?
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. Yeah, again, it's a scale.
When you have more break-ins, more burglaries, more property damage,
I
more.
can't. You're right.
There's going to be a cost.
It's a scale.
Right?
Yep.
Cost either way.
I don't know if, Commissioner Steckles, if you were able to attend the budget meeting last year, and I know you didn't. So at the budget meeting last year, this is where this idea started to percolate, because there were 3 towns represented in the budget committee that were ready to vote in a new detective in last year's budget.
Yep.
And Patrick rolled $250,000. They were ready to go, because these are small towns that people are getting burglarized. There's marijuana houses next door, all these things, and the sheriff just doesn't have the manpower to get there. So keep in mind, whatever decisions you make next week or next meeting, when it goes to the budget committee, they have the authority to raise or lower. They have the authority to cut things. It comes back to you for a vote, but if you want to change what the budget committee did, they get the final say. So it does go back to them.
No, I just wanted to voice my opinion, and I respect that, and I understand that I'm probably in the minority on adding another person.
Yeah.
I just.
Well, the reason I didn't take the detective last year, because I could have said it.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll take that detective. The reason I didn't, because we had done this work here, and I wanted to respect that work that was here. So I told them that I would come back next year with it, and they said, "Yep, we'll give it to you now." And I was like, "I want to respect what the work we did to collectively do."
And I understand I'm in the minority.
Yeah. And I would rather see the need decrease. In other words, less break-ins, less drugs, less all that. I mean, it's in my own damn neighborhood. My neighbors do not dare to call them for fear of retribution. So guess who they call?
I understand, and I
So I get to know exactly what's going on in the neighborhood when it comes to drugs and crime all the time.
If I'm in my office and Sheriff Lancaster overhears me saying, "I wish we didn't hire the detective," I wanted it to be public. So it's public now.
So do you have appetite for any further discussion, or are you ready to close this workshop?
Well, I am good. I'm just going to agree with Commissioner Skilling that we need to continue with our capital improvements and put money away from the jail and all the other buildings. Yeah. I would like to have another. That's important.
Patrick, when did we talk about the 5.2? Is that next meeting?
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I just want to have input in that. If it's going to be next meeting, I wanted to voice on that. It's ahead of where we're at.
How would you like to handle it?
Does the board have the appetite to look at other sheets?
This is looking at a fund balance and planning out the next 6 years.
So if you find this sheet in your stack,
All right. Which one are we looking at?
We can go. And you guys can do it. I just.
this one right here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Get it. So I'll let Patrick get into the details, but generally Patrick can provide this every year. And this is a 6-year look ahead, which realistically, 3 years you can look at. Yes. But I will say this is a compliment to Patrick and tight control of the animals budget, that he factors in things like collective bargaining agreements. He knows what the wage increases are going to be. He factors those things in over time. And so he does adjustments to each department. My only complaint is the font. But I draw your attention to
The font or the size?
Yes. I draw your attention to the lower right-hand corner of each box on that top line. And if you look at FY27, you will see in that lower right-hand corner a figure of $54,024 and that reflects a 0.4% increase. So each one of these sheets is the same boxes, but they present a different approach. So if we did a 0 increase for year 1, according to Patrick's numbers, we might have to look at a 6% increase in 28, a 6% increase in 29, a 6% increase in 30. So on the next sheet, it said, well, what if we did a 2% increase, a 2% increase next year? And then there was another one that says, what if you do a 4%? And did you do a 5%?
No.
4.5 last sheet. So again, this may be a lot to digest at the moment. I know Commissioner Skilling and Patrick had talked about this previously, but I think this gets to your point of having fixed costs.
Stability.
And so you know, and I think the budget committee will appreciate that. So I guess it's really the appetite for the commission and the town that they represent. They want to know that it's going to be a 4% every year. Again, we can't guarantee that, we're forecasting something substantial we have to do. Obviously, we didn't anticipate that Waldo County would come to us wanting to spend $1 million every year for 5 years. So that's why one of the reasons we're able to offer it is not budgeted this year. We do also have undesignated fund balance that we really should use, because our auditors keep slapping our hands and saying, 20% is $1.3 million. You've got $6 million that you need to spend. So,
And that's what makes these zeros and twos and threes and fours. It's how much we're
But
using.
those can also be applied to capital.
exactly. You could choose to take some of that fund balance and add capital to it.
And we could take that fund balance and immediately go and fix 2 of those airheaders.
Right.
Not the general fund. This is just the general fund.
Oh,
That's the jail.
That's the jail fund balance. You can do that from the jail. But what this reflects is use of general fund.
And all I want to say is if you guys make this decision while I'm gone, and that's fine, again, I'll be gone. I want you to know that I will support, I'm publicly supporting a 4.5% increase. I think it's real. I think it shows our people our budgets are going up because they are. We've given raising, we've done all these things, we've added people. And I think showing a 0, taking a bunch of money out and showing a 0 this year, a 0.4, isn't reality. It's pushing it down the road. I would prefer to give them a steady 4.5, and I think that's where 4.5 or 6 shows that stability. And in year 7, where it goes up to 9% or 9.8%, there's going to be other variables by then that can come into control to potentially lower that. And so my discussions with Patrick, and I think, I don't want to speak for Patrick, so I'll ask Patrick, do you, as a planner, do you believe it is the most conservative or fiscally prudent route?
With my which one are you? Yes, I'm very conservative. Of course,
With the 4.5 every year it's a fair number. It's a real number. We're increasing, therefore here's your 4.5. I don't want to give, and this again, it's just my opinion, and so I'm going to voice it now because I'm not going to be here probably for next meeting, and you can do this. I support the 4.5, so you know.
So my concern would be it's not so much that. Okay, it's we're showing that there's not an increase, which there actually is an increase. The thing that I'm concerned with is the actual real increase to the property tax payer, right? So if we don't offset this to reduce it down,
we're just pushing it down the road, though, Joe. Because next year they're going to get it double. Because that money then, we took it out of savings, so to speak. We put it towards this year. So next year they get twice that amount when they. So if you look at the 0 at the 0.4, next year it's 6.1.
Right now, if we look at the actual forecast, we're forecasting around 5, a little over 5 actual acres.
Mm-hmm.
We're already starting 900,000 in the hole from prior year. So we gotta capture that 5%, plus we gotta capture what we've already pushed down the road. So if we don't go over the 5%, which is the forecast, we're just gonna keep accumulating this. So I was thinking, between 3 to 4.5%. I know that it's hot, you know, if you look at the retirees, they got roughly a 3% increase.
Right.
But if we don't do something to keep us close to what it actually is,
Right.
we're just going to have a big flip at the very end.
Well, that's kind of what you've projected on the last page is the 10%. Which
Right.
looks to be like a cliff.
but-
Even though you've got these 4.5% across,
Right.
and then suddenly you're not
in
at
5
10.
years, I'm hoping that we have other revenue streams, other whatever to help us.
I know, but at the same time, with this first page, it's a 0.4% increase, but then it's 6% all the way across.
Right.
So what can be done to make that more equitable all the way across, so you don't have that jump all of a sudden?
Because your forecasted budget increase is 5%.
And because 6%
And
for
we're
years 2,
already
3, 4, and 5 is more than 9% year 7. You see what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, yeah. Because
Yeah.
you're adding up the
Yeah,
percentages.
right. We stack those 6% versus taking it once in that last year. And that last year, 7, is controllable in a sense of we're going to have another negotiation in wage, and we're going to talk about these other factors that are long-term commitments that we can try to forecast that 9 down more towards the 6.
Yeah. Well, the target could be 0 this year, but don't be surprised if next year's budget is at 6 or so percent.
No, that's what I'm saying is that if we went to, say, 3% this year.
Yeah. I've got a 3% for 3 years. You've got page for that.
I know, you've got to pay for that. So that's the 3% for 3 years. I was just thinking about a 3% to start and then have it go up 4 instead of 3% for 3 years.
Well, if we hold the 3% for 3 years, like Kim said, next 3 years are pretty accurate. And then after that, we can assume that we'll try to hold that 3%. Every year, I'm going to look at this and see if
I know.
Maybe we'll push 4 years. Or so.
So one thing I want to make sure I understand is when you forecast this out, you're not forecasting any increase in the
only with the jail.
Because of fund balance use, or
with the jail, or for the jail? For the jail, it's because we're using the net 2%. So we're assuming that
you're also raising the cap.
Because the 2% increase on 12 million eats up that 6.9 million.
Yeah. Okay. And that's what we ran into this year in a very positive way. We didn't anticipate the deeds revenue to be as much, and we didn't anticipate the jail revenue to be as much. And so that's actually kind of taken us out of the negative, because we've been worrying that with a $12 million jail budget, we would have to use $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 worth of surplus. We're not doing that now. So that's the other thing to consider is, from the glass half full perspective, we're going to be fighting for more revenues. Whether it's at the legislature, or whether it's contracts, or whatever we do.
But to go to the half empty is we are finally staffed fully, and the only reason we have these revenues is because we weren't staffed fully.
Right.
These revenues come from unused labor.
You need to call me when you come to the basement. You guys aren't allowed.
That's the thing, is we're full, and we're not going to be empty for a while because we've given some very well-meaned contracts. I don't anticipate that we're not competitive, and those revenues, we're not going to have more positives coming in. And the forecasts we did today, I think, at best, are high, and at worst, are really generous. I hope and pray that we keep that money coming in like it's forecasted. But if it doesn't, and we changed the sheet yesterday by $100,000, and it sent this thing right into a tailspin. We were in the red in like year 2 after next year. So that's why I'm saying don't push this can down the road any further, because if we do, the ones that are staying are going to be sitting here with some, I'd like to use an analogy that woman used earlier, but I won't. We're going to have some serious egg on our face years 3, 4, and 5 from now if we are not fiscally prudent this year. I think in years past, it was COVID, there were a lot of things going on, a lot of money floating around. We pushed off increases because we had other revenues, right? You got ARPA fund, all these things. We aren't there anymore, folks, and it's time to pay the piper, is my opinion, and that's all it is. It's an opinion. Thank you for listening. That's my input. I'll be in the Bahamas, call me. I might be underwater, though.
Well, as long as the county's not underwater.
That's the point.
Anything else?
No, sir.
But do we have to start next meeting earlier than 3:30 for the final thing?
So if I understand your question, you want to maybe schedule an earlier meeting on the 18th?
Yeah. Are we going to start at, you think it'll be 9 and done in an hour, or start at 2:30?
Well, the circuit commissioner's not here. We'll get this.
I was about ready to say that.
The only thing that can make it stay longer is Elsa.
There is that.
Is he going to do that? I believe he is.
Yeah.
We'll have to go through this all over.
I mean, if it's up to the commission, if you want to schedule the next meeting on the 18th at 2, so you can workshop this a little bit longer.
2 will be fine.
Yeah.
We can do that. And maybe we'll get out earlier for that. And Commissioner Alsop said he didn't have any issues with this budget as it is. No hills to die on, no.
Ben said that.
Time did you want to start next meeting?
2? Is that
2
work for everybody?
p.m.?
If we start at 2?
If it's at 2 a.m., it'll feel like 9 o'clock.
Feel like just like today?
I tell you, I don't know if there's something in the water, but Tim come back, you need me.
Sharks and seals in the water.
I want to give everybody a few minutes break. And
Want to reconvene at 2:30 or 2:40?
2:35 would be good. 2:40, what's your pleasure, folks?
Sooner the better. Sooner the better.
All right, 2:35.
2:35.
Give everybody a chance to stretch. Do all those other things they need to do.
Good, how are you? Good.
Thank you very much. Good work, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Okay.
We got his appointed.
Bill,
Well, I sent her, I said, I hope you enjoy your vacation. So she had told me,
Might not even take that. That looks things.
let me know.
You guys are emailing? Since she on vacation.
No, we make her take, I think it was when she goes to work. Hey, she don't get a day off.
You don't either, right? I never even want to be from each other.
Oh, yeah, strong.
Did you?
Give me a war.
It's like,
Is that what it was?
people can see. Have you heard from him? No.
Oh, well, thank you.
She was supposed to get a t-shirt too.
What is NACO? The National Association?
Oh, okay. Good to know.
We'll see if the office.
Oh, jeez. They actually gave you a car? Please call me if they have to give you a gun.
Commissioner Spillers wants me to have this guy. No gas.
Your table's empty.
Well, sorry. You did a good job with it.
Yeah, I think it's
Spread right out for you.
Yeah. Hey, I'm listening to it downstairs.
snooze there.
Wow. We'll try.
Dude, you need to get a light.
Tim?
Last time I checked, there are 5 people watching that. I knew Tracy and I were 2. He's sitting over there.
I think Victoria was still one.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I let Tammy know she's coming.
Oh,
yeah.
Get 2X.
No, is it 2X?
Yeah, read it. Patrick spreadsheets are brilliant.
Yeah. Nobody can see anything anymore.
It's a large?
Yeah, I will quite puff.
Quite puff.
Look like an armor all ad, huh? Or not armor all.
2X. It's like Christmas.
Not armor all. Under.
Ah, thank you. We are
Oh, that's kind of cool. There's one listener who's going to get by.
That's in the office now. Oh yeah. Newest puppy in the office. I got a whole fur in there. My wife, where's Earl? Earl's at the house, and you can have him for patrol.
He's gonna outlive you.
Oh, yes, he is. Earl the Pearl. Oh, my God, he's got a bad attitude.
They don't assume you didn't get any other bids other than.
We only came to get one. Only one came to the previous meeting. You get some interest afterwards. So.
Yeah, that's the case.
I was on a snowmobile in Highland Plantation area, crossing over 115, and a woodpecker logging truck came by sanding and salting. I was like, good job. There we go. Yeah.
So we're back on track in the three of the agenda. We are on workshop number 2. Opening proposals for paving on the Long Falls Road Dam. I suppose this is it?
You got it.
Good. With that, I even got a little starter here. Boy, people know how to keep me safe and looking after me. They're not going to be able to do it anyway.
It's far away from you.
I know. There we go. Let's see what we got here. Pike Industries. Pike Industries.
They're the only company that came to the true bid meeting.
Well, I have shim, overlay, and shoulder gravel for a total of $478,319. And this is for the Long Falls Dam Road.
2.3.
2.3. Okay, I didn't say it. That's what I was looking for. And the rest is the boilerplate.
Yeah.
There it is. Anybody want to look at the? It's right here.
Yeah.
So, move over the bid. There it is. Any questions or concerns or comments? Being none. Public comment. To allow members of the public to comment or reserve time to speak on an upcoming agenda item. I see no one from the public and no one jumping at the bit. New agenda items, commissioners only.
Nada.
Nada.
And administrator reports.
Just want to touch on a couple of things. Had a great vacation and I'm back. I've been busy since I've been I did hear back, and I think I copied you on the email from Tim Susi with DOT. And so Moxie Lake Road is scheduled sometime this spring, probably mid to late April. And Tim will do the traffic study himself. And so he'll be able to report back.
Cross T, so it will be about 50 miles.
I think they know enough to take into consideration. So I did draft up a letter. Dave took a look at it, shared it with the folks in the West Forks. I saw at your last meeting you wanted to actually see a draft of the letter of commitment to the fire station project. So that I made a copy for you. So
It's in our email.
I did email it to you. But, if you need copies, I can make. And let's see. I'm still following up with 2 late abatement appeals from the unorganized territory. Both folks live out of state, and we've been corresponding back and forth by phone. In both of these cases, they appealed to Maine Revenue. Maine Revenue did give them an abatement, but they want to keep going. They want more. And so I explained to them, without going so far as to denying them the right to appeal, I'm explaining to them that as commissioners, you have to presume that Maine Revenue was correct and take into consideration that Maine Revenue has already offered an abatement. So it would be a very high hill to climb for them to make a case for more. So I'm working with them back and forth, and right now we don't have any abatements set for this. Although we've received a few, we've been able to work with Maine Revenue to get them resolved, and I think we're going to end up in the same case for these 2. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody had enough finance reporting for the day?
I have. Dave wants to see it live.
I was going to say, yes. Dave, you can review it on YouTube tonight.
Yeah.
Unfinished business. Resolution 2631, authorize spending up to $100,000 from opioid settlement funds to purchase drug detection equipment at the Somerset County Jail.
So, talking with.
I need a resolution.
So
Need
to talk about it.
a motion?
Need a motion? We can deny it, right?
Well, yeah.
I need a motion, or else I'm going to go over it again.
So moved.
You got your motion, you get second, but I was just going to suggest to you before you got here, but I wasn't paying attention. You should just pass over because there's nothing to discuss at this meeting. The only reason it's on the agenda is because you tabled it at the last meeting, which forces it on the agenda.
I know.
So if you just want to vote it down because this issue will come back again later.
We're not ready for it yet.
But,
We're still working with the vendor to see if I can cut those costs.
No, motion. Back on. No motion. Just an up and down vote. So all in favor? All opposed?
Voted against you.
Removes it from the.
Thank you.
New business. Resolution 2636 to accept the resignation of Deputy S. Dan Armiger from the Somerset County Sheriff's Office.
So moved.
Discussion. All in favor? Resolution 2637 to accept the resignation of Shift Supervisor Travis Oakes from the Somerset County Jail.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Resolution and carried. All good. Resolution 2638 to approve the hiring of Shift Supervisor for Somerset County Jail.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Good. And resolution 2639 to authorize an RFP for 2026 police cruisers.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? No capital reserve expenditures, unorganized territory. Resolution 2640 to award the bid for paving a portion of Longfellows Dam Road. Is there a motion to approve the bid of for $478,000?
Motion to accept the only bid from Pike.
Second? Motion and second. Discussion? All in favor?
Have you reached out at all to like Town of Skowhegan or Town of Madison or to ask them what they're paying per mile or someone? Because they do that, right? They pay 15 miles a year, whatever they do.
Yeah. The problem we have is the location of the road we're having to pay.
Okay.
As it shows, we only had one bid.
Yeah.
So the location usually increases our cost per mile.
Okay. All right. That's my only question. Thank you, sir.
I have not asked the town, so because of,
Just wondering how much of a premium we're paying, and
yeah.
if putting it off wouldn't be.
Multiple copies just for a review. Okay. Is there in
It
there?
just or a way to promote. If we're paying 2.5 times,
Still on the beat.
maybe we go out and market it to other people to say, hey, is there any interest here? I mean, go far and beyond.
Yeah, we did get some interest after we had our pre-bid meeting, and next time we go out, these people will be directly emailed. I usually like to do that with interested parties, so we don't just rely on them knowing what we're posting on our website, the MMA website. We
I mean, we're
direct.
$200,000 a market essentially.
Yeah, we actually did Fineline Paving, but they don't generally bid on our larger projects. Smaller ones, yes. I don't know.
Does KV Cog have a website that we should post on?
not for RFP.
Right. Any further discussion?
No, sir. Thank you.
All in favor? We go. Thank you. Resolution 2641 to approve the letter of commitment of $200,000 in matching grant funds to the West Works Fire Department. Second. Thank you. Any discussion?
Did belt and suspenders, I forgot that I Michelle put this in your packets and I printed out a copy for you. And Dave's had a chance to talk with Adam, the fellow from Works, putting this together. This is sufficient what they're looking for. You know, we are doing two things. We're saying that we support the application by force and that we will commit $200,000 at the beginning of construction, assuming grant approval.
Patrick, when we have that list of committed monies on TIFs and then potential future revenues on TIFs.
I'm going to wait till you're gone. So.
Smart play. That's a smart play.
I think it's with Tim, because actually when it comes to the committed, Tim has the better understanding.
So, I mean, we can work that up for the next meeting, but again, if you want to wait till the first meeting in April. But they need this letter before the end of March.
Yeah, how we commit what accounts we take it from, typically benefit is up to our discretion. They just need the letter.
I'm just trying to anticipate.
Dave, what's the amount that they are proposing for the actual money?
I believe 2.3 million was the last amount I heard.
Yeah, it sounds right.
That seems a little high for that area, but that's why I asked that question. Because
Yeah.
the average grant for the fire departments has been that, and very much larger.
Yeah, the 2.3 had me kind of questioning, but compared to what they have now, if they're going to build new and they're getting 75% federal money, it makes sense to build it right. And fire stations, unfortunately, they have a lot of requirements in the plan.
Yeah.
We went through that.
And the floor plan to that was very similar to like what we've got at Canaan or some of the bigger towns. So
yeah.
The building is the building.
My only fear is the next three towns coming, they're going to be saying, hey, we want.
And
they have the land, don't they?
You also have to keep in mind.
They have the land?
Yes, they're actually going to put it right beside their town office.
Why I ask that question is because you'll oftentimes get less than what is required. Really, that's 2.1% on. So it's good to go a little higher.
Yep.
Make it up.
Yep.
If they go under, do we give them less money, or do
We would still give them only the 10% of the 25, would be less money.
So it's up to, basically we're committing up to 200. And did we contribute anything to St. Albans from a board perspective here? Did the board contribute anything to St. Albans building?
No. There wasn't. Tied to UT.
I understand.
So it was already tied to the UT and the Forks West.
And we pay a third of their operating funds every year.
Okay. Okay.
But it was fire department, they did participate in our community benefit.
Okay.
That's what I'm going for.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Warrants, resolution 2642 to approve the treasurer's warrant for general funds, Somerset County Jail, and unorganized territories at a total amount of $321,758.24.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? There you go. Miscellaneous discussion items, commissioners only.
Sure.
Okay. Recess to execute documents.
You want to do that now or after?
We should do it after executive session. Let's go right into executive session. Motion to go to executive session, Title 1, Section 4056D, review of SSC contract.
So moved. Joel second.
Yeah, I'm seconding the second of the
Okay.
motion of the second.
So we seconded. We are in executive session.